everybody's dancing now. Let's leave them behind. You're saying get my jacket. We're in your house, but it feels like home somehow. Can't deny this is where I'm supposed to be tonight. In lover's paradise. Said I shouldn't stay, but you look so pretty, pretty boy. Won't go all the way, but I'll let you pretty, pretty close. You've got that look in your eyes, oceans deep. It looks like I don't have a choice when you look so pretty, pretty boy. Cherry on top when I'm getting under you. That 70s pop playing from your speakers. Ooh, this kind of touch is one I can't afford to lose. All the stars in the sky and the shining silver moon. Got nothing on you. Said I shouldn't stay, but you look so pretty, pretty boy. Won't go all the way, but I'll let you pretty, pretty close. You've got that look in your eyes, oceans deep. It looks like I don't have a choice when you look so pretty, pretty boy. I'll stay a while, maybe all your life. Let me be your love for now, 'cause you're so damn fine. Said I shouldn't stay, but you look so pretty, pretty boy. Won't go all the way, but I'll let you pretty, pretty close. You've got that look in your eyes, oceans deep. It looks like I don't have a choice when you look so pretty, pretty boy.
Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for putting in wows in at wow time. Wows, guess who forgot to start up the Bergen Airport? It's a really nice scenery too. I kind of messed that one up, but wow, thanks for coming. Let's go flying together. Well, hey there. Thank you for coming by today. Happy Monday. Yeah, I got to figure out Monday, right? Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. I don't have the alerts turned on, so generally it's an extra button now because things kind of changed here when I went back to OBS Studio. So there is a couple of extra buttons that somebody has to push to get everything going. So that's why that didn't happen. And I'm just resetting because I have to reset the audio levels too after the zip it around in the open. But now I've got that going. So we got that going on there. Thank you for the wows. JSG Droid's already here. T-Bird's here. Russ, thank you for catching my error. Earlier today, I apparently do not know the difference between, I don't know the difference between Bergen and Bremen. So I clearly have to learn that one. And my black bar along the bottom is now missing. Okay, so I've got to find that. Where's that one? Hang on a sec. Maybe I've got one over here. Yeah, let me go ahead and copy this here. Hang on, almost done. Copy that and put this over here. So no, I don't need the top bar. I need the bottom bar. Hang on, got to do it again. There's top bar, background, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's not there. Oh, it's probably on this one. Do I have the bottom bar? That's now playing. Yeah, that one's at the top. I need the one at the bottom. What did I do with that? Sorry about this. There is one there. Okay, there's that, there's that. Sorry to make you go through this, but I probably had to put that in there. You're going to have a hard time seeing things. Okay, so it's on this one here. Now playing. There's the label. There's that. Departure board movie, audio output. It's not here, but it's here. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's not there. It's not there because I have a black background. Okay, I'm an idiot. All right, let's see here. Main game. Do I have it over here on the multi-queue game? Do I have that one there? And there's now playing there. No, I don't have that either. I've lost that bar. The one at the top is there. I don't have the bottom one. Okay, it's just going to have to look that way because sitting here watching some idiot troubleshoot. So sorry about that. We'll work on that one. Is the title wrong? It could be. I may have something wrong there too. Yeah, we're doing it live. Oh my gosh. And did I just wipe out all the other airplanes too? Let's see. I think I may have wiped out. Nope, they're all still there. Okay. Thank you for fixing the title. At least that's working. So, yeah, let's see. What the heck happened to that? No, it's not the camera thing. So I went over to, I've been using Meld Studio. I had to go back to OBS. So OBS is going here and it's really cool. I'm enjoying getting back into this. It is a lot. It seems to be working pretty good. But obviously I have to spend a little bit of time troubleshooting there. I just shouldn't do it on the live stream because that's boring. Havoy, top freeware. Yeah, well, all of my stuff is pretty much freeware, although there's this new thing called Adium, and I might add something like that. That may add a couple of new interesting things to the spy flight here. But I've got stuff to learn, so thank you for fixing that. Welcome on in. Let's just get in the cockpit here. I also forgot to bring in my nice new... oh, you've got to be kidding me. We've been in this airplane before. Do I not have my cockpit views set up? I guess I have to do that too. I mean, boy, this morning was just in such great shape today, and now everything is just fallen apart in the last 10 minutes. Welcome to live streaming, I guess. All right, so let's go ahead and set up a couple of views here. And we got to do that for a quick second here. Let's see. Do I not have the ENBR freeware? It is amazing. I really like the ENBR freeware, and I think I just didn't load it in. That's the one problem that you run into when you're doing when you're loading out when you unload sceneries and stuff. So there we go. Did I recently get an update? I could have had an update. I don't think it was recently, Inquiring Minds. Did you did I get the MS? Microsoft update? I don't know. I am not sure. Okay, let's come on over here and pop that up there. There's a quick way to just copy views and stuff. I should do that as well at some point too. Okay, that one looks good. Diamond Mike Boston is here. You haven't simmed in about 2 months. Well, welcome back in, Mike. I hope that you've had a good time, Diamond Mike. Let's see. Let's come on down here. Uh-oh, the jetway is in the middle of everything too. So we got the jetway in the middle of stuff, and this is McDo and radio view, and then we come back here. There was, I think what there was is there was an update for the, what was it, that update? It was, there was an update for Meld, and that's what kind of threw things into chaos earlier. Hi, AZ. Are we early today? I don't think so. Are we early? I don't think so. And I have to look at this off to the side a little bit because there's a certain click spot that if you click it, it also deploys the shade, which gets a little annoying. Okay, I think that should do it. Now we can go and start the airplane. But no, AZ, I think we're normal today. It is 12:09. That's the usual time. Yeah, the jetway's in there. The jetway is in the flight deck. That it wouldn't be if somebody had remembered to go and get the if somebody had remembered to go and load in the proper scenery. That's the problem with add-on linker. You have to remember to load in your sceneries, and that becomes a bit of a problem. Okay, let's see. Didn't do an upper panel. Gotta have the upper panel view. And there's the upper panel view. Rangi is here. Welcome aboard, Twisted Mexican. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. And let's do batteries. Good evening. Laxon is in ENBO. That's just up the road from where we are today. That was ages ago. I can't use that as an excuse. Hey. Any excuse that I can come up with is valid, right? Just because I can come up with the excuse. If the court doesn't buy it, well, then I'm in big trouble. Okay. Oh! Did you get the there was a toy yesterday from our friends at Windwing. Did you get the landing gear handle ordered okay? I was able to get it ordered just fine. I got it all set up, and that was really not a big problem at all. I'm just going to go in today and order the clamp for that. What's the special rule in the flight plan? The special rule in the flight plan is do not connect your star with the transition into the ILS. You don't want to do that. And preset the hold if you can, possibly. Pre-ordered, still resisting the urge to get it on global, but I really don't think you need it that quickly. Okay, that looks really good. That is not the upper panel. We need to get the upper panel going here. Come on, upper panel. Work for me. Let's see. Uteroman, welcome aboard. Can't believe how smooth the game. It's doing pretty good. One of the things that I've done is I have turned a few things down. I've turned a few things, scenery settings down. There we go. Ollie is here. Hi, Ollie. Welcome aboard. I am really excited about that. I have a feeling it's going to take a long time before it gets here, though. But I'm really excited about some of the new things that are going to be coming out for Windwing and stuff. What makes the Aviator? Inquiring mind. Actually, I would have been just as happy with the level below Aviator, to be honest. You just get every airplane, and what we really need to make sure, especially since most of us fly the the better paywares and stuff, we really do need, you know, we don't need all of the default airplanes. So yeah, I would have been just happy with the one below Aviator, and I think life would have been good, and there would have been extra pizza money in the spy flight, and that would have been nice too. Hi Danny VDW, Thalo, welcome aboard. That's okay, you got pizza time, Thalo. Okay, let's see. We need air operations, and flight init, and premium deluxe. That's the one, inquiring minds. That's the one that I think I wish I would have purchased. Let's see. Sijobi, welcome aboard. Why do you not connect that with the ILS fix? Let me show you. It's pretty simple. It's a nice little rabbit hole and one we need. So come on over here into the departures and the arrivals, and what we're going to do is look at the RNAV star. So right now we're going to be coming in on the two, I think it's the Tespe arrival. So here we are at Tespe, chug around here, and that puts us out at Irpak. Okay, see the little arrows here in the star? That's basically saying in the star you basically continue on a heading of 217 degrees at Irpak. Got it? Okay, now let's look at the ILS. Here's our ILS coming in, and you notice that there is an Irpak transition. So if you connect the star with the ILS utilizing the transition, as you approach Irpak, you're going to make the turn over Irpak and then come out over here to Budek and do the turn. ATC does not want you to do that coming in. Why? Because let's say I'm going a little too fast and the airplane ahead of me is going a little too slow. They want me to continue on this heading and not make the turn at Irpak. That way they can make me turn when they're ready for me to make the turn and keep the traffic moving smoothly. And that's the big reason why you don't connect that star, the star with the transition, and it's for both runways. So that's the big reason why. Hi Sam, welcome aboard. So how does that sound? Cats are love. Welcome in, Cats. Thanks for coming by. And that's the big reason why, is they want you to extend your downwind a little bit more, extend this a little bit more for them to fit you in with whatever traffic they've got to deal with. Hi Twisted Mexican. Fried Chicken, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. We need a PC, an airport parking chart on this one. Okay, so there's the big reason why. I hope I explained that right. It's probably not 100%, but RNAV SIDS runway 17, SID point, RNAV SIDS runway 17. We do have to look at this. And we're doing the Tuxel 4 Charlie departure, so we need to look at Tuxel 4 Charlie and get our initial climb clearance. JSG Droid says it made perfect sense. Gee, and I'm actually down on I didn't have as much coffee this morning. And as Russ will tell you, I don't know the difference between Bergen and a town in Germany. Tuxel 4 Charlie. Here is our instructions. Our initial climb is 6,000 feet. The ATC won't give you this information. They expect us to look it up. So climb and maintain 6,000 feet. That's our initial climb. And then also when passing 1,500 feet, call Flesland approach at 121,005. 121,005. So I put an extra frequency down in my notes just so that I know that I've looked at this and I got those two pieces of information that you need. My video is a little low. My mic is too low, Fried Chicken. I don't think I've got anything else except for the airplane. I could turn the airplane down. Is that better? Sam, I am flying, which airline am I flying? Oh, Airplane's up here. And we need to do a little bit of backlighting so we can see because we're flying at night. Hey, look at that. It's Dougal McTavish. Sorry for SimFest METAR reports. No, I think it was a great idea, Dougal, and I would love to have done that. Things got crazy about the time that you were saying that would be cool, and I'd love to be involved with what you guys are doing. I think it's neat. I also had a bit of a crash at the time of Meld Studio, and I had to drop back and punt and go back to OBS Studio. So things got crazy. And I had to change everything around here at Spy HQ because as a former broadcaster, I tend to make things harder than they have to be. So that's what's going on. Hi, Captain Minnesota. Okay, we are a SAS 441. Somebody just did a resub. Who just resubbed? Dougal McTavish, thank you for a resub. Twisted Mexican, you're back on Discord. Welcome back to Discord, Twisted Mexican. And Flight Plan. It's really kind of amazing how fast the wheels just came off the cart today. I'm shocked. Anyhow, Dougal, I explained while you were dealing with ads why it is that I didn't get right back to you. It's because I had to change live stream applications in the middle of all of that, and life was crazy. And I hope that you're back from annoying ads, and thank you for the resub. Pilot brief, cost index is 18. Wins are, but yeah, what you guys do with SimFest and stuff is amazing. Love watching, the real cockpit and all that. That's pretty cool. Captain Minnesota just gifted a sub today. No, Captain Minnesota didn't gift one sub. Captain Minnesota gifted 10 subs. Wow, Captain Minnesota. I mean, that is a really big gift sub. Thank you so much for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. That's a big gift sub. Thank you. There's been some lately this month, and I'm so grateful. Those kinds of gift subs really do make a huge difference here in helping me to keep the lights on and be able to, pay for, pay for stuff for WinWing. Now, if they just bill us for it, right? Hey, nerds, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for spreading the love. Yeah, not everybody can afford a sub, Cap Minnesota. So you're not just being nice to me, but being nice to other people, too. And that's really nice. Flight level 370 is our climb. Balo has got pizza. I do have a pan pizza all set and ready for tonight. Okay, let's look at the ADAs. Can we do a CPDLC here? Flesland Information Quebec, ILS Whiskey Approach, runway is still run 7, blah, 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 blah. Let's look at ENBR ground. ENBR, Flesland ground, pilot briefing, doesn't say anything. Let's just look at the tower. ENBR pilot briefing. I think we got to do it the old-fashioned way. I think we've got to do it the old-fashioned way. So 121,905. 121,905. There we go. And let's come over here. And of course, there is a reason why we can't hear anything. Somebody forgot to turn on the Katie Pilot app. I mean, that's just like another daily thing here. Gotta do that. Okay, there is the fabulous Katie Pilot audio normalizer. Start. And now our ears won't get blown out. Pizza cheers are great. You don't have pizza today, Thalo? Patton is here with a cat chair. Welcome aboard. And that looks good. 121,905. That's going to be a better view. I don't hear anybody. Let's see. The reason I ask is, for example, at Denver at X Point Clear ILS-1, and they did not give me a heading. So I was in doubt if I had to vector yourself or connect the star. The hard part about that is there's no simple rule that covers every approach. because everything is a little bit different. Everything's a little different. So in this case, we don't connect it. In other cases, we do. It's hard to tell when. And again, no rule to make it better. So in your case, in your Denver approach, what I would have done if they said you are cleared for the ILS runway 16 right at Nix or something like that, then you can vector yourself to Nix. And that's what you get to do. So there you go. You could load it in the box, just don't add the transition. Yes. Sam, I am Scandinavian 445. Somebody got 441. Fried Chicken has pizza in the fridge, and it's pizza with Dougal tonight, too. Hi, Pilot. Welcome aboard. Same day at the office. You're still at work from the last time? All right, let's go and get a clearance before things start to jam up here. Okay, it's Information Quebec. And Flesling Ground. Hi there from Scandinavian 441. We have Information Quebec aboard, and we're at gate number 27 requesting clearance to Copenhagen.
Command 445, +1 ground, good evening, clear to Copenhagen via Tuxil for Charlie departure, initial climb 6000 and clock 717.
Scandi 445 is cleared to Copenhagen off the Tuxil 4 Charlie departure. The initial climb is 6,000. I only got 717 for the squawk. I need one more number for Scandi 441.
Sorry, squawk 7172.
7172 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks.
Charlie back nursing.
Okay, we're good to go there. Rob would like, I know, pizza's just sort of like the international food that just feels good. It really does. I know 445, this is going to throw me off today. Roberto, good evening. Roberto is in the UK. Good evening in the UK. Looks like it's a little stormy in the southern part of the UK today. Okay, all of that looks really good. Let's do our initial stuff and get going. Gonna also try the CRJ back to Amity Island today. Really finally figured out what went wrong, and it was bad planning on my part as a sim pilot. I just wasn't, I had a problem when we were taking off, and I didn't set up my departure correctly, and I was playing most of that flight. I was fixing my departure. And so because it was such a short flight, I never had a chance to recover. And so the hard part of that flight was I was playing catch up the whole flight. And when you're doing that and you're flying an airplane like the CRJ, you're basically flirting with disaster, and it's going to be terrible. Dogs and cats living together. Have you ever met anyone who didn't like spaghetti? Not to my knowledge, no. Hi, Unstable Rice Cake. Welcome aboard. Standa Jr. Welcome apparently. You like the airplanes? We've got good airplanes today. Raw Weed says Spy Hat today. We'll get that going. And now we're all lucky, right? Okay, let's do fuel. Let's get fuel. No, it's an A321. Let's get the passengers going. This airplane takes for freaking ever to load. So, load airplane, 7 minutes. It still takes a long time. Let's get that going. Okay, now we can go and do our fuel numbers. Let's see. Torolf is checking in. Torolf, maybe? Over in Oslo. How is it in Oslo tonight? We did a arrival there last week that was really nice. It was really super foggy, and we were also spotting a little bit of snow coming in. So I'm guessing you're getting first snowflakes of the season, right? Okay, let's see. Taxi fuel, 0.203. 0.203 is taxi. 15 minutes of fuel is 0.750. I boarded an extra half hour of fuel for vectors to Copenhagen. 1.4 is alternate. Final reserve 30 minutes of fuel is 1.19. All of those numbers should be good, and fuel planning is green. Lucas is checking in too. And if you aren't used to a plane, it's easy to underspeed. Well, yeah, the CRJ is a brick. Lucas, it's a brick. And if you're underspeeding, which I was doing, at that point in time, you're going to just fall out of the sky, as somebody did. So there you go. ENBR, let's go put in the flight plan. So our departure is going to be runway 17. It's the Tuxel for Charlie departure. Tuxie for Chuckles departure and insert. Coming into Copenhagen, we are expecting right now, it's the ILS 4 left, but I bet that changes. It usually does. It's going to be the Tesby 3 Alpha, and then over on the VIA, you see over here, there's Dopam and Irpak. We were yapping about that earlier. Hit no VIA and return and insert. Dwayne is back in chat. Welcome back, Dwayne. Thanks for coming in. But Lucas is right. That CRJ is a great little airplane, but boy, is it unforgiving as hell if you let it get under speed. And, you know, if you're already oversaturated with work like I was in the cockpit, you know, at that point, the best thing to have done was to turn around, land, and, you know, do something else. Play Pong. 1006 on the altimeters. 1006 on our altimeters. Of course, as a spy, I'm going to whine that it wasn't 1007, but you knew that was coming. And our initial climb is 6,000 feet. And to make sure that agent does not get upset, not upset, but annoyed that I don't set my backup altimeter, let's set the backup altimeter. Dougal almost fell out of the sky on the world flight leg. You forgot you had failure. Oh, you had failures on? Oh, in world flight with all of you guys up in the cockpit like that? I'll bet that was a big deal. JSG Droid's already taxiing out, so let's get this thing going. Okay, all of those numbers are good. We've got all the charts that we need at ENBR. So it's going to be straight out from there. And AGC is going to be our next chart. Airport ground chart. Absolutely loving the fact that we get to use the Lido style of charts here in Flight Sim 2024. Airline Gamer is on the way out too. I am almost there. You know what would be really cool is if the people that design things, you know, on an iPad right here there's the home button. When it's dark like this, they ought to have a real home button that's lightly lit so that we can see it to click it. So that would be a good thing if they were to go and you know, just an outline of the circle. A light outline of the circle, so it was highlighted, so we can see that. 114 passengers are aboard. We did get a squawk code. We should put that in. Hi, Mr. Jazz. I hope it is a jazzy Monday for you. 7172. 7172. That's not 7172. 7172. Idris, welcome back in on YouTube. Thanks for coming by on YouTube today. Okay, all that looks good. Tower's going to be 119.105. 119.105. And tower is preset. That looks good. Let's open our flap. Not that flap. Captain Minnesota found out last week that you could put the tablet on the... Oh yeah, you can move the tablet around in the PMDG. I usually have my tablet or electronic flight bag set to a specific button on my keyboard. So no matter where I am in the airplane, I can hit the number 8 on my number pad and it goes right to the EFB. And I have it set that way on all of my airplanes. So that's why I just leave the EFB on that airplane down where it is. And it works really good for me. So that's how I do that. And no matter what, it's always there. Hi, Sunjammer. So I really like having it set up that way. And that looks good. I'm also just checking some of my camera views to make sure I've got them set up the way I like them. We'll do the cockpit camera later. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Yay. Let's get ready for a knit page B. El Pikachu. Hi, El Pikachu. Thank you for coming by today. Hope you're having a good Monday. Looks like it's going to start to get a little bit chillier here. We got clouds. I don't think there's any precip or anything. Kind of like to see a big storm, a big thing of stormy weather to come in. But, yeah, I don't know where all of that's going to be. I've got to find out what I did with that lower banner. That's going to annoy the socks off of me today. Sunjammer, I'm sorry I don't do impressions. My training is in psychiatry. Well, I could use all the help I can get. What's your hourly rate for therapy? What's your rate for therapy and stuff like that? I think that's either a movie line or a joke, and I'm just too dense today to pick up on it. All right, 66.1. That is correct. 25.0. That's correct. Our weight and balance is all set up for the flight. Let's see. Block fuel. I need 6.2 to make the flight. In the tanks, I have 8.26 because it's vectors to Copenhagen, and I'm a big chicken. Let's go ahead and pop that up and get the APU started. That was Robert Stack. That's Robert Stack from Airplane. And that was one of the, one of the things is Airplane really was an amazing movie. It really, really was an amazing movie. Because they took actors like Peter Graves and Robert Stack. These were, heavy. Yeah, Leslie Nielsen, too, always played heavies, very serious parts all the time, and put them into comedy roles, and it was great. It was awesome. Hi, Bliss of the Apocalypse. Go to Chicago and put one in the snow. Icing at 14,000 feet from Larson. Sunjammer says I have that. That's not? Is that Shatner? I thought that was Robert Stack. Is that Shatner from Airplane 2? Okay, that looks good. I'm Peter Graves. Oh yeah, man. The guys from Mystery Science Theater really beat the crap out of Peter Graves too at one point. As all in fun, like they did at Mystery Science. But they did this whole thing because Peter Graves also did a series on A&E called Biography. And he always would say, I'm Peter Graves. And it was funny. Thalo, Peter Graves did not like the Mystery Science Theater guys? Really? Because who else didn't like? Who also, I think, was not a big fan was Joe Don Baker. I think Joe Don Baker was probably the guy that the guys from the Satellite of Love beat up the hardest. It was really, really rough on him. From the movie, and you know which one I'm talking about, right, Thalo? Mitchell. Larson is Bond, James Bond. Irony can be ironic at sometimes. Oh, that was a joke. So Peter Graves did not like him, but Joe Don Baker was joking, and he actually thought it was good. That's the first time I heard about that. That's great. That's great, because... So Joe Don Baker does this old made-for-TV movie. That's right, he was also in Final Justice. There was a made-for-TV movie on NBC, and they turned it into a movie and stuff, and the guys from Mystery Science got a hold of it and ripped it to shreds. And the name of the show was called Mitchell. And oh my gosh, it was just really, really, really freaking pathetic. It was bad. Just about every thing that was wrong with TV in those days is what Mitchell turned out to be. And gotta tell you, that was one of the hilarious ones for sure. Let's get out of here. Done with preconditioned air. Done with the ground power unit. Let's toggle the jetway. And while that's going on, let's do departure perf. I tried to get GSX working. GSX was not working. Tried to get it going, but it just would not do it. Okay, it's clearly wet here today. Sync the weather. Sync the airplane. Still 1006 on the altimeters. And send to the McDo. That's good to go over there. Come back here. Chocks and cones, parking brake is on. Pull that and get off that screen as quick as we can. You no longer need... Oh, Joe Don Baker had the press ringing him up. What do you think about Mystery Set eventually? Oh, eventually? Really? Bliss of the Apocalypse is through doing impressions. I'm Father O'Flanagan. I'm a man of God, therefore you must trust me when I tell you that we're all likely going to die. That's got to be Airplane too. That's got to be from Airplane as well. Okay, everything looks good here. Doors closed. Seatbelts going on. Let us start squawking. Mode Charlie in taxiways. That looks really good. GSX is bratty. Let's come over here. So we'll use pushback helper. Call the tug. Sam's in the max today. All right, what do we got here? I think it's time to go. I'm on frequency. Let's check for the latest ATIS. Latest ATIS. Current is now... Oh, it's Romeo. Let's see. Altimeter change. Yep, still 1006. Still runway 17. I think it's time. Flesling Ground, hi again from Scandinavian 441. Let's see, we are at gate number 27. Information, Romeo is now aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Skyline 445, welcome back. Push and start approved QNH 100.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
1006 on the altimeter and push and start approved for Scandi 445. Thank you. SF7FC. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Good to see you. And once again, a really, really nice thank you to Polyod, who redesigned the alert overlays and stuff. Really like them. They're neat. I don't get to see them very often because I'm busy doing like airplane things. But they're great. Parking brakes. Off. And away we go.
Scandinavian 45, echo contact vessel tower
SF7FC.
105.
Hello to you. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. We are just getting ready to depart here. Got our big Scandinavian A321, the long one. Let's get ready to start an engine. And stop. And parking brakes on. Release the tug. Starting engine 1. Really still super duper excited about the Windwing stuff that's coming. Can't wait. And engine number 1 is starting. There's the little gray box underneath N2. And then we also kind of look at the, oil. Well, see, I grew up watching Peter Graves on Mission Impossible. So as a kid, I saw that for years and years and years. Some of those plots for the old Mission Impossible were really quite good. They were really exciting. I think I missed another resub, didn't I?
Loyalty noted.
Wheelchair Willie is on a 60 stream streak right now. Hi, Willie. Welcome back in. GT Boy just did a resub today. GT Boy has been here for 73 months. And always appreciate the really nice beer cheers emotes that you pop in. Always kind of helps keep the party atmosphere going here. And engine number 2 starts. I like GSX when GSX works. Right now GSX isn't working because I reinstalled Microsoft Flight Simulator, and apparently I think I need to just uninstall GSX and reinstall it because it won't engage. So that seems to be a bit of a problem right now. Bliss of the Apocalypse. I know we're all getting older. It sucks, doesn't it? But we get to be young here on Flight Sim, right? Relink and check it. So just do the relink part, and that should do it, Larson. Okay, I'll give that a try. Is relinking is that a long process or a short process, Larson? No more crying, Bliss of the Apocalypse. You know what we do? We keep enjoying stuff as long as we can. We've got our airplanes, we've got our friends, we've got our beverages. We've got this incredible thing on Twitch and YouTube, and so there's no reason to worry. It'll be okay. Could be worse. How? It could be raining. It's short, so maybe that's something that we could try and do before the next flight, Larson? Oh, my chair isn't even close to being in the right position. And it's going to have to change even more once I'm going to have to slide even further back when the new throttles come in. So I'm going to have to sit even further back from the desk. Control checks. Relink and then check. Okay, we'll try that. Do I have to have passwords and stuff for all that to work? And trim is up 1.1. There we go. Flaps are 2. Speed brakes are armed. No. Okay, that's great to know. Thank you, Larson. Maybe we'll try that before the CRJ flight. Not that I'm trying to delay it or anything. Snoozy. Hi, Snoozy. Thanks for coming in. Let's see. Auto brakes. Cabin call. Lights. Flesland Ground, hi again from Scandy441, pushed and started from stand 27, requesting taxi with Romeo. Guten Morgen, Martin.
7445, taxi via Echo and Yankee, holding point runway 17.
Echo and Yankee to holding point 17. Thank you for reminding me that I have a different call sign today. I'll get it together. Scandy445.
No problem.
Martin, guten Morgen. Herr Martin. Let's see. V Getz. How am I doing? V Getz, did I say that right? How am I doing? So French, it's comment ça va. It's V Getz in German. Pretty close. I will catch it together some way. Okay, we're going to do Echo and Yankee. Is that one Echo over there? Hopefully not. Those are the ones that are really close together. I think Echo is the next one. That's Echo, right? Show me that you're Echo. Nope, that's Delta. Can I help ya? Nope, that isn't labeled correct. Let's take it anyway. Nurch, it was actually on point. I wish I was good at language. It's the one thing that if I could have changed in my history, is that I would have started learning languages a lot younger. More like V Gates. Matt Cat. Hey, Matt Cat. Welcome aboard. Good to see you, Matt Cat.
445, you must, I call you can consider taxis on the left, then there on Delta and Yankee to 17.
Delta and Yankee to run 17 for Scandi 445. Thank you. Matt Cat, thanks for coming in today. And Matt Cat is a subscriber, has been here for 9 months. So I did miss the turn. I think we should redo our departure for anti-ice. We should redo the departure for anti-ice. Anti-ice engines, and now recalculate. Send to the McDo. Flaps 2 up 1.1. That didn't change, so we're good to go there. You forgot the seat. I forget the seatbelt sign. I forget the seatbelt signs. I will forget the beacon. Basically, just a flying disaster sometimes. The call sign thief is coming into Bergen. Well, they could also, maybe there's a real world Scandinavian 441 and they're flying that one today. They're flying the real world 441. If I really need to get to a point where I'm not just so married to 441 and be ready to accept other numbers. The problem is an awful lot of the comments that I make on the things I say on the radio are automatic. They just automatically pop out. Basically, it's why we're so hard for Americans to speak German and Swedish and so on. Yeah, I know, letters are different. They are different. And I do try very hard to not Americanize a lot of the stuff. Plus, I just think that, different languages are awesome. For imagine how long it's been that, hello in Athens was Kalispera. Hey, Tango, welcome aboard. Doing pretty good. I hope you are too. Welcome.
Squawk 5024, Scandi 102.
Good evening, 102, read me correct. Thank you. Good evening, 445, now contact first at Tower 119.105. Bye-bye.
119.105 for Scandinavian 445. Thank you. Have a good week. Departure is 121005.
No. Okay, because about 10 minutes I will fire up my...
I will. See, that's the other hard part. Since I've been flying with 441 for so long, I will do that.
Because it's
I will actually do that.
Yeah, no problem. Leon Mega, just doing circuits around here too.
That's right. Latin was a language for years and years. Oh, come on, airplane. Why are you going so slow? We must be going up a little bit of an incline. I don't want to do too much on the throttle because then the airplanes get going too fast. And then, of course, there's the other languages that aren't real languages, but people have worked out a language too. and you could start your day with
Lima, my
kapla.
compass traffic in front of us, like 8 miles away.
Danny VDW knows 5 languages.
Lima, compass, you need to...
I think you have, if you do that early, if you start that early, then that becomes a really, then it becomes almost second nature for kids. I mean, you know, Sibby knows, you know, Greek and German.
Now it's north, right?
I forget there's one other language and English. So she's got 4. Minty, I believe, has like 6 or 7, including Chinese. So
445, that's about.
Scandi 445, good evening. Information Romeo's aboard, approaching runway 17, fully ready.
Scandinavian 445, hello, information Romeo is correct. Via Alpha 1, line up and wait, runway 17.
Via Alpha 1, line up runway 17, Scandi 445. Tango, you got to fly over Costa Rica? Pablo, I hope I said hi when you came in. Welcome aboard. How did you like the scenery over Costa Rica? Did you, I mean, have you been there long enough? Did you recognize things from home?
Scandinavian 445, the wind is 130 degrees, 10 knots, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Have a great flight, bye-bye.
Clear for takeoff, Scandi 445. Are we still going to 121005 after takeoff from Scandi 441?
Scandinavian 445, it's now overlaying 80 feet, so we can monitor 122.8 after departure.
122.8 after departure, Scandi 445. Thank you so much. Have a great week.
Thank you, you too. Bye-bye.
That was an awful lot of stuff to do in the cockpit on the takeoff roll. That's why there's 2 people up in the cockpit. 100 knots, checked. Hey, Aviator Transit, welcome back. And V1, hands are off the throttles, we're flying. And rotate.
Lima, make up for the is it possible to join the Finder on runway 17?
Positive climb gear. You're going up.
Make up at
Martin has English, American English, Spanish, and Swedish.
Join Finder 17.
Lever climb, thrust climb, drop the nose down. Tango says that a lot changed in Costa Rica since you saw the video. Flaps up? No, flaps 1. Get the AP going here as quick as I can. Glad you are, thanks for taking the time to come in, Aviator Transit. Actually, really do appreciate you taking the time to come say hi. Welcome, welcome. Copenhagen, here we come. And there's the little S, so flaps all the way up. Captain Minnesota, English and Klingon, Kapla. May Kalis guide your way today.
My compass have inbound traffic, so I needed to quick join Finder 17. Joining quick on a runway.
So 122.8. Sam's coming out. See you, Sam. Just trying to set up my view here. It's a little bit off. And of course, there's just no way to do that. Let's see. Martin is checking sheep. That's pretty good. Let's try that view. Okay. That's nice. And Copenhagen, here we come. There we go. That's there. Nothing to worry about up there for the moment. We're going to leave anti-ice on. There's 6,000 feet. That's our initial climb. Let's continue the climb to flight level 370. 370. Hi, Professor 80. Welcome in, Professor. Good to see you. My gosh, I'm shocked. Shocked to see that there's gambling going on this channel right now. Where's Louis Renault? Oh, I can't find Captain... Oh, there's Captain Renault, who's always shocked that there's gambling going on. Let's see. Martin just did the quack thing. We should hear it. I have alerts on. All right. And altimeters checked and set. 1013 on the backup altimeter. There we go. Continuing our climb. So we just had tower today. I thought we had a whole bunch of stuff. All right, out we go. Copenhagen, here we come in. There we are. Looks good. Next is Boston to Martha's Vineyard, also known as Amity Island. Celebrating like 50 years of
Subscriber confirmed.
Jaws.
10,000
10,000 feet, lights off. Just Jack, welcome back, Just Jack. Ooh, wow, Just Jack's almost been here for a whole year. Just Jack, thanks for coming by today. Welcome aboard. Good to see ya. Doing great, thank you. And I hope you're having a good Monday too, if indeed that's possible. I know some people have a hard time getting through Mondays. I used to be one of them. Mondays can be very, very difficult. And speed brakes are disarmed. Uh-oh. Ice detected. Anti-ice. I thought, oh, I didn't get those on. Eek. Dare I try the CRJ one more time? So, JSG Droid, I don't know what it was like in your cockpit, but I did go back and watch a little bit of the the video from the live stream to see, okay, what was I doing aside from telling really, really bad jokes? And the big deal on the flight in the CRJ to Martha's Vineyard yesterday is I did not set up the flight management computer correctly. I didn't, and I also had outdated nav data, but I think it's because I didn't set up the departure. And so from the time that I was like 250, 300 feet off the runway, I was fixing stuff. I was chasing troubles with the airplane. And it was such a short flight, I never had the time to just stabilize the airplane. The whole flight was unstable. So that's why I think that I screwed that flight up. Because I didn't have the flight plan set up correctly before departure. Now we're good, so we'll see what happens. Captain Minnesota, there's been an update actually. There's been a nice little update, and lately, maybe what, 6 months ago or something, and it's been pretty good. Polyot is gambling. Very, very sheepish. Okay, this is gonna bug me a little bit more. What's gonna have the lower video, the lower bar? Is my big cam gonna work? Scary person there. That's not gonna have it. That's not. I think something happened and my lower bar's gone. I've got work to do. But it's the fun kind of stuff. I actually have a really good time playing around with stuff like OBS Studio and stuff. You misread the departure? I did too. It was a Vector's departure and I was expecting the typical Boston departure, just not thinking. So, and messed up controlling the airplane, switching radios and everything else. So yeah. Larson is in the 737 MAX when cargo says for 10.5. Yep, that's what I would do. I divide it by 2. So 10.5 divided by 2, and I put half up front, half in the back. Oh, Danny VDW says that Armistice Day is tomorrow, November 11th. Man, I wish I really do need to get some stuff done tomorrow. I'm looking at a new application to help with live streaming and stuff, and need to clean up OBS Studio, need to vacuum the carpet. Unstable Rice Cake, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard and thank you for coming in. Unstable Rice Cake has gotten help from Larson. That's one of the cool things about Flight Sim is we kind of help out and everybody figures out how to make it easier. Professor 80, not right now. I'm on Twitch and YouTube at the moment. So right now I'm pretty happy with what I've got going at the moment. It could be that I may need, I may need to go and do something with that. I'm not sure. A lot of that's going to depend on what, I get a lot of really good help trying to figure out live streaming from Polygot, who knows like 100 times more things about this than I do. So, but right now there's no plan. Hey Shoguns, Shoguns 007 flew the CRJ and you got the frozen cockpit? Really? There is an RNAV bug which you originally, oh really? I didn't know about that. Unstable Rice Cake forgot snacks. Well, don't know what to tell you about that. Do you have any snacks in your cabin? Kick is transferring people's partnerships over and paying for viewer count, not just subs. Well, maybe, I guess we're going to have a nice conversation Tuesday or Wednesday. Maybe that's something to chat about. I don't know. I know, and I need to do that. I've been... I went pro about 5 years, actually 6 years ago is when I decided to devote my full-time efforts to live streaming and trying to survive as a live stream. And most of that time, it's been, just barely kind of getting by. And I'd like to kind of kick that up a bit. Not always. Polyot says sometimes it dilutes viewers. Oh, like over on another platform? Maybe that's it. Captain Minnesota, you forgot the airline forgot snacks. I don't know. There's so many things to think about. And the world of live streaming and content creation is absolutely amazing to me. I spent, 40 years in radio and TV, old school broadcasting, and it was a good career. It really was. It's not a good place to go back to now. And plus, with politics changing and stuff like that, you might have to move. And it's so much easier to do that with digital content creation. So I'm really, really geeky about that and think it's amazing. And, when I'm saying, thank you for helping me keep the lights on and keep my goofy little live stream going, I'm grateful for that. It's nice to be here. Shoguns, so you did the VOR report. Shoguns, we're flying the CRJ next. Maybe we can help with whatever's going on with yours. One more time into the CRJ, JSG Droid will go. I think it'll be fine. I hope. Famous last words. Catering personnel on the ground took a vacation, and they probably took all the snacks too, right? I didn't. Just Jack, what did they say about the E-Jets? They have VNAV working. Really? Not a lot of info, but they've got it working. That's actually exciting news. I like having the E-Jets available because, to be honest, that's if you're young and starting a career in aviation, the E-Jets are very probably one of the airplanes that you're going to fly. And I think that having the E-Jets is really great to have because that's just a cool thing to have in the sim for, you know, if you're young, considering a career in aviation, learning about the E-Jets, probably one of your first planes. So that's a great thing to have. So I really hope that they kick it into gear and start working with it. But yeah, it was the Dive of Death E-Jet. I remember when it first came out, and I was so wanted to fly it, I flew it into a VATSIM event in New York City and did the Dive of Death. We tried so hard to make that airplane work, and it just did not want to play ball. It didn't. 100 miles to top of climb. We are 346 miles out of Copenhagen. Landing today at about 2004 Zulu, probably closer to 2015 to 2020 if you're trying to decide if you want to do a CRJ flight with us next. They are good jets, Tango. I like them. They're fun. I hate being a passenger on a CRJ. I really hate being a passenger on a CRJ. But they're being retired in favor of E-Jets and the Airbus A220. And those are the airplanes that I'd like to see, you know, working in flight sims so that, again, you know, if you're going to start a career in aviation, you can fly in the sim the airplanes that you most likely will be assigned to when you get into the real world. Polyot says that LNAV is done, VNAV still needs work. Yeah, Pilot, that's another airplane that we're excited about the arrival coming into here in Flight Sim. Excited about the possibility of them bringing in an A220. You were hoping for a good Black Friday deal on X-Plane and X-Crafts. Mr. 90, I heard that the X-Crafts airplane that was on sale. Maybe I'm wrong. Noel Phillips did a flight across America in the CRJ 200. Yeah, that's the one I was always in. I don't get claustrophobic or anything like that. That's not one of my phobias. But I've got to say, that one, it's just too small, too cramped, and all the ones that I'm on are really, really old, so they smell funny. They smell funny. Favorite classic is the Mad Dog, sitting by the engines. Well, there's people that used to say that they would fly in the Mad Dog, and they would sit in the back because they would sit in the back, and because of that, they could go to sleep. They could get a good night's sleep. I'm sorry, I'm messing around here. The overlay problem is bugging me, and it shouldn't. I should concentrate on the show, and I'm not. I should do that. Yeah, that was you, right, Polyot? That was you saying concentrate on the show and don't panic about this. All right, hang on. It's in use. Well, where is it? Gosh darn it. All right. Remove that. Okay, it's going to be an image. Again, sorry for this inside baseball, but it's bugging me. Okay. Okay. There we go. Finally. Now then, let's make that just a touch smaller. All right. Again, sorry about the inside baseball, but it's sort of like too many people want to see like the the song that's playing, and you weren't able to read it. So yeah, thank you for putting up with that. Wait, that is a good use of the AP disconnect to get you to... Oh, yeah, you did get me. It's sort of like, holy crap, what did I do? Are we going to crash? Are we going to die? Who turned out the lights? Captain Minnesota, are you working on your stream too? It's actually fun to do. You know, this is a kind of showbiz in a way, and it really is a neat thing, I think. Okay, now that we've done that, and I'm not freaking out about that lower banner, let's come on around here and set some wing views in the A321. Tango, you were only in it once in the MD-80 from American Airlines. A lot of people, I think, really like that American Airlines Mad Dog and have fond memories from them. Timing of transitions is a good thing to do too. Yeah, I need to change mine. Mine are a little bit messed up here. My transitions need just a little bit of work. And I don't think we're going to be able to see the engine there. Do you take Biscoff as payments? There's the engine. Okay, that's probably a good wing view right there. And save the wing view. Let's see. Speaking of, you used Flight Sim. Oh, FSX. Polyot is going to start charging a fee. Make it a chocolate digestive and you'll have a deal. See, I think that there's a lot of growth in online content creation. So yeah, if you were going to charge a fee, you'd probably have some real takers, because there's an awful lot of folks that don't know what they're doing. Myself included. I'm just an old broadcaster trying to make this work. That's probably pretty good. And I usually will pull a little bit back on this one. That's a nice view. Okay, we got cabin views back. Well, you can. The problem is, Captain Minnesota, you can only take the. If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bull. Too far. So far. And then it blows up in your face. Trust me, I worked in TV for 30 years and I know that. 127225. 127225. I have tried to watch a little bit of that other stream. Those games go by so fast, Polyot. But yeah, I'm just amazed at what Co has done. Okay, this is 127225. This is going to be Polaris Control, one of my favorite APC.
Google, contact Oslo approach 120.455, bye-bye.
35 people? 35 people. That is amazing. Wow. My level of admiration just went up a little bit. 35 people. Tango, you gonna have lunch? Happy lunchtime, Tango. We'll see you later. Polaris Control, hi there from Scandinavian 441, 184 miles north of Tespe at flight level 370.
Station calling Polaris, say the call sign again.
Scandinavian 445, hello?
Scandinavian 445, Polaris, hello, identified.
I screwed that up, didn't I, Larson? Yeah, 445. I mean, wow, my level of admiration, 35 people for that. Holy cats. Yeah, it's also, so today is like my Friday. And one of the things that I've discovered, I've really learned that, you know, this kind of flying, this airplane stuff, there's a reason why pilots need to take a break. It does leave you a little bit fried. And towards the end of it, that is the YouTube team, the Twitch team, the TikTok team, the back office team, and the developers. I'm, again, nothing but admiration. I wish I was good at games like that. It is like a dive. I mean, seriously, it's Friday. For me, it's my Friday. I'm in Friday mood. I want to eat pizza with friends, have a beverage or two. Since it's starting to get chilly outside, okay, it's not that cold, but go to a place, you know, that is got, you know, for me, like the Leaky Cauldron with a big fire and friends and stuff like that. So, you know, that's where my head is today. Don't worry, I'm not going to eat the pea soup. I know that it might eat me before I eat it, so. That's what I should do. I should move to London and find a property that looks like the Leaky Cauldron and open up the Leaky Cauldron for flight simmers. A pub would be fun right now, wouldn't it? That's one of the things I miss about when I used to work, is there were people that I worked with that could be counted on, and you know, this wasn't going out and getting massively plowed, you know, and stuff like that. Just, you know, pizza, some burgers, different beverages of choice, and fun friends liking everybody. That's right, it has to have a leaky that. You know, fly an airplane just like this, plane just like this. That's one of the reasons why I'm also super duper geeky about the WinWing stuff. It's, you know, it's going to start looking a lot more like an Airbus cockpit like I like here at Spy HQ. And I'm just like, wow, it's going to be great. And then Polyot said, you know, they're going to do an overhead someday, an overhead panel. Wow. Don't know how that's going to work, but if they do, I would have to move the microphone arm to the other side, because, you know, I'd have to reach up over here like this and something's in the way. Coming up on our equal time point. 114 miles to top of descent. Let's get a ATIS. Phoenix. Arrivals. Refresh. EKCH and ATIS. Oh, it's just a departure ATIS. They don't have the arrival up. We need the arrival latest, guys. Well, they don't even have one up now. They don't even have an ATIS up over in
Passing level 192 for flight level 210.
V-Pilot.
Flying heading 234.
JSG droid is direct to the Toronto. Oh, you know what I forgot? I haven't put in my hold yet. I gotta put the hold in.
Flight level 280.
Where do pilots look for a girlfriend? D-ATIS. That's why I'm still single. I never looked at the D-ATIS. And here I thought it was my sense of humor. Professor, I am Scandy 445. I'm Scandy 445. Yep, I'm not able to use my flight number today. Which means it's probably broken. Okay, RNAV stars. And okay, we're holding at Rossby with an inbound course of 103. Inbound, Rossby, hold. I already forgot the inbound course number. 103 and left turns. I think it's easier to put the hold in now as opposed to... I think it's easier to put in the hold now than to do it at the last minute. So that's why I always like to put my hold in now, earlier. Even if I don't have, I can blow it off easy. As opposed to, you know, it's 10 miles from the hold and you gotta plug it in immediately. All right, arrival ATIS is over in V-Pilot. Let's see if it's available in here.
Polaris climb to flight level 320 and proceed direct KGH.
Arrival ATIS EKCH. Information Kila. Okay, ILS runway 4 left is still good. Do not link the star with the ILS. Expedite vacating the runway. Let's put in our arrival data. Altimeter is 1013. The temperature is 7 degrees. The wind is 2002. Oh, forgot a 0. And 2002. Transition altitude is 6.5. 6,500. I'm going to make it a full flaps landing because it's the A321 and that seems to be a better thing for this big, longer airplane. And over here, ILS 4 left, minimums for a Category 1 landing is 220 feet. 220 into the barrel box. We are now 82 miles from top of descent.
By 5 degrees.
Right by 5 degrees, apologies, 84.
There are so many lights from the aircraft in the air. They're like fireflies. Yes, catch them and put them in a jar. They're magic.
445, contact Copenhagen control 136.555. Bye-bye.
136.555 now for Scandinavian 445. Thank you. Have a good week. 136.555. I'm just looking over to make sure. And it is Copenhagen control.
So 20 minutes. That's approved. Report when you are back.
Copenhagen Control, a very good evening from Scandinavian 441. We are 110 miles north of Tesby with information Kila at flight level 370.
Alright, those two stations there. First on plus 4 Tango Papa, Copenhagen Control, good evening.
Hey Harold's, welcome aboard.
Breaks 1445, Copenhagen Control, good evening, identified. Super 812 and ready, descent flight level 340.
Thank you. I didn't know you could do that in the air.
Super 812 and ready, descent flight level 340.
Oh, in sim, not necessarily in there.
That's a 429er, maintain a Mach 78 or greater.
Mach 78 or greater, Lufthansa Fortunana.
Super 812 Copenhagen.
Hi, Tim Dog. Hey, Tim Dog. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. We're going to try the Amity Island flight next. Reggie, are you here too?
Advice fine for that, the Copenhagen Control, good evening, identified.
Okay, everything's good to go. I think probably I was going tomorrow go back over to Winwing and order the desk clamp. That way it's here.
Correct.
Maybe that'll speed up the departure of the throttles. Probably not. Probably not. I think we've got to be coming up on 45 days. The initial 45 days from the day that we all ordered them. And the day that we ordered all of this stuff was like September 20...
That's down 5 minutes approved, report back.
5 minutes report back.
September 25th.
Current 031, leaving my airspace, social flying for exchange, approved, good evening.
Frequency change approved.
45 days from Sunday, September 25th, according to Google, is Sunday, November 9th.
725 Copenhagen Control, good evening, identified.
Today is the 10th. I think that's 45 days. Okay, I think that we should expect a pay for this and we're shipping, unless there's a big bad delay, like any day now. They may get held up at the border because between you ordering and the tariffs got increased. So there's going to be additional tariffs and stuff? Great. Okay, well, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. Well, it'd be an interesting test to go and order the desk clamp now and see what happens. See if there is some sort of a thing.
812, contact Copenhagen on 123.730 line.
123.730, 3912.
Good 503, contact Copenhagen 127.86 final line.
Hey, bonsoir, Mustache. There's no tariffs for products under 500. Really?
127.86, yeah.
Roger, 178, appreciate it.
Really, Caleb? Is that?
Less than 45 Delta, contact
I hope so. That would make my day.
127.255, goodbye.
Oh, Tim Dog, I don't know how. Yeah, that's right.
And Lufthansa 1 to Foxtrot.
They've been up, they've been down. You just can't tell.
Foxtrot, Copenhagen Control, good evening, identified. Given 445 and ready, descent flight level 250.
When ready, descending now flight level 250, Scandi 445. You know what? We're halfway through the flight. I think I'm remembering that I'm flying Scandinavian 445.
Say again?
Professor is gambling.
Copenhagen. Say again.
So when ready, we're 35 miles from descent. We're all set for the descent. I guess the longer we stay at this altitude, the less fuel we use.
If you're not gonna follow
So
that, I will wallop you.
we'll
So,
wait.
Don't do that.
Somebody used the W word. Did you hear that? Do this or I'll wallop you. Whoa. That was pretty big. Do this or I'll wallop you.
M242, the winds are 160 degrees to 1 knots from a 26 right today for takeoff.
We're starting to hear a little bit of this. I also have a login code already. I'm going to try and reactivate it for IVAO.
It's a 1-2 Foxtrot for
Doesn't mean I'm moving there, but I might bounce back and forth every
degrees.
now and then just to see if there's some fun events that might be good over there.
There's a 1-2 Foxtrot for separation, turn left heading 330 degrees.
Turn left heading 330 degrees.
People 770 is back.
The 770, welcome back. EC-180 Yankee uniform, leave my airspace. There's a Flyin, fixed to Jennifer.
CRJ, what's unfortunate? You're gambling, or my thought about that?
Hi.
You are exempt from the 20% UK tax. You only pay 5% goods and sales tax over $50 on imports. That's on the Jersey. On Jersey. Hey, maybe that would be a great place to set up Spy HQ, the Jersey Islands. I'd have really good ice cream. Yeah, then again, I'd start putting on weight because I like ice cream too much, so I've stopped getting ice cream. The Wind Wing never gets the customs fees. They're below the threshold.
Copenhagen Patrol, good evening, identified. And 1219, continue approach.
Hey, Sam. Well, I am quite the fan of Airbus. They're new, they're modern. We were able to, Airbus got to learn about, they went to school on Douglas and Boeing, so they've made a very, very good intuitive cockpit. It reduces workload for the pilots. And in really, really crowded airspace, it means, I think, and that's, I'm a private pilot. We'll start the descent now. Scandi 445, flight level 250. How low can we go?
Report vacated. So 77 Victor, report your mark number to Polari.
I'm looking forward to the little panel also. Mostly, well, the gear handle's going to be cool, but also because of the clock. It's going to be nice having that clock out there. You know what would be really neat is, if it sits on your desk and all the time, to always have the clock running.
Can you please repeat the directives?
That would be kind of a cool thing to have on your desk.
Racing and Delta, reduce minimum clean speed.
Minimum clean speed already. Wow.
So the my Papa, reduce clean speed.
Minimum clean speed, speed to 10 per pass.
Giant 25, reduce minimum clean speed.
JSG Droid says that they're on spot with their vectors. ATC's on spot with their vectors.
And 445, contact Copenhagen 123.730, bye-bye.
123.730 now for Scandi 445. Thanks, have a good week.
Good night. 242, identified direct test speed, climb set level 250. Advice 314, contact Polaris 127.255, bye-bye.
It's 123.730.
Ground 46.
Copenhagen Control, good evening. Scandi 445 is 34 miles north of Tesby, descending to flight level 250.
Skyline 445, Copenhagen Control, hello. Identify CHSP 3 Alpha, arrival landing 04 left.
Cleared for the Tesby 3 Alpha arrival for 04 left, Scandi 445.
Skyline 445, that is correct. It's the hold as published over Rosby. Expected delay 5 to 10 minutes.
Enter the hold at Rosby as published, 5 to 10 minutes for Scandi 445. Thanks. Explain vectors for a 5-year-old. It's like getting directions when your mom gives you directions from from your house down to the corner store to get ice cream and bring it back. Green Giant. So when mom says, "Hey, 5-year-old, go down to the store, go out the store, turn right again to the store. Here's the money. Go and get some vanilla ice cream." Havoy, yeah, somebody's flying 441 tonight. Yeah, Jersey Pilot, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong on the overlay. Who would be sending a 5-year-old to the store to get ice cream? That's the best example that I could come up with. Hey, it's my Friday. My brains are a little bit fried. Plus, I don't have kids, so I don't know what the capabilities of a 5-year-old are. I thought I was extremely capable back then.
Beaver 812, turn further left heading 170.
I know, just Jack, we want ice cream, right? Nope, I've got a nice beverage for tonight. I've got brand new, fresh made guacamole. I've got some good corn chips, and I have a small pan pizza. That's where my brain is. 5-year-olds are other people. That's right. They can't be trusted. And we've already entered the hold, so the airplane is being a good airplane. I went over to last night afterwards. I mean, so many of you get to use DoorDash and stuff like that in your towns where you live. And I thought, oh, let's just go and see what kind of stores, what kind of restaurants use DoorDash here. And I was actually kind of impressed. There were some cool ones that I would like. Then I saw their fees, and I thought, uh-oh, I probably better not do that. So, that was 10 minutes of my life that I couldn't have back.
Beaver 812, clear direct harder, reach on arrival, speed 250.
Please Barclay 3 Alpha, arrival, speed 250 knots.
JSG Droid is now on a 6-mile final. That's right, just Jack. There was some of them that would have been more for the delivery than that. It's sort of like, yeah, it would be nice to have a few of these, and it would be nice and convenient. On the other hand, the food that I've learned to make since, I ended up out on my own, is really good anyway. So, I figure I'll save the money. Hey, Firebird, welcome in. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, just Jack, some of those were like ridiculous. So, okay, that looks good over there, Professor, those are two favorites. I'm actually getting kind of good at some stir fry, even though I don't really have a guac or anything. Guac. you know, a wok. And I can make some halfway decent shrimp, rice, and vegetable stir fry with just like soy sauce, and that's good. Well, yeah, I love, capitalism, but it does need, some guardrails or something. It can't, yeah, $45 for a smash burger. Like, I remember when I was working, I used to go over to Red Robin with friends all the time that I worked with for lunch. I love that Red Robin burger and the steak fries.
Scandinavian 445, descent, flight level 140.
Descending now, flight level 140, Scandi 445. But yeah, that's ridiculous.
Copenhagen approach on
I mean, I love the capitalism part. I mean, I'm part of that right now, that I might have found myself as my own small business owner and stuff, but it's got to have guardrails just because of human nature. Uh-oh, I have a company message. I think I was late getting out of the gate tonight. Sassy Ops says I was late by 6 minutes. Oh, well. Sorry. And coming up on Rossby.
Go make control hello to you. You identified cleared the test 3 Alpha arrival. Landing 04 left.
Yeah, GT boy, I learned all my own stuff. You use rum and vodka? Really?
Control easy 3323, descending through flight level 308 for
no kidding.
Following the test 3 Alpha arrival.
Easy 3323, go make control.
Yeah, after, being, shoved out of a job and stuff and then getting hit by COVID, I started to learn how to cook stuff that I liked because I wasn't going to be able to go and get them anymore. And, it's a little bit of a mess to clean up, but I got a really nice, burger that I can make, and so.
Scandinavian 242, turn right heading 185.
More agents joining the spy flight.
Innis Gaming just did a raid. Hi, Innis Gaming. Welcome aboard. Sarek, yeah, I think it did. Larson's landed. Minus 261. So we have another successful arrival.
Scandinavian 445, expected approach time will be at 5-3.
5-3 for the approach time. Perfect for Scandi 445. 5 minutes of hold. Sarek, thank you for the follow. Is that Sarek the Vulcan name, or am I mispronouncing it and it's something else? Hi, Gabriel. Welcome aboard. We are in the Phoenix. We are in the Phoenix. And we are in the hold. And we're going to be holding for about 5 minutes, boarded, an extra half an hour on top of all the other minimums? This is a wonderful airplane. I know it's one of my favorite. It's pretty much the same pronunciation. No kidding. Descending to 14,000 feet. I usually leave the seatbelt sign off when we're in a hold, unless there's turbulence, because there's no telling how long you're going to be there, and there might be some passengers that have to go. They, might have had too much coffee or other beverages. So I don't know if real pilots do that or not. I've only been in a hold once as a passenger, and there were thunderstorms. It was bouncy, so seatbelts were on for that. Innis Gaming, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in and saying hello. We are having a very nice flight from Bergen down to Copenhagen. Slink for Slink, I'm starting to fall behind, and when things start to get busy in the cockpit, questions are always good here in the spy flight. The thing is I miss them when things start to get busy. $18,000 feet. This is the point where I start to think, okay, what have I forgotten? JSG Droid had a minus 174 and made the first turn off. Right on, JSG Droid. See, the time off that you're getting is really good. You're great flying numbers. Tim Dog's only been in a hold once. It was your first time flying back in 2001 going into Houston.
Skydiver 242, resume navigation direct.
Now, this was a flight from Denver to Dulles. It was a 737. We also had to hold on the ground and burn off fuel because that day the density altitude.
Scandinavian 445, continue descent, flight level 130.
Continue the descent, flight level 130, Scandinavian 445. And so, when we took off from Denver, the density altitude, the temperature shot up fast. It got really hot that day, and we were too heavy to take off. So we had to sit at the end of the runway in a holding area with our engines running to burn off fuel. So we had to do burn off fuel, and then as we're coming into Dulles, this was when a very big thunderstorm came in. And so we went out and we had to hold way away from the airport, and the pilot ended up saying, we were about 5 minutes away from having to divert, divert fuel. It was time to divert. We couldn't hold anymore because these thunderstorms were just parked over Dulles and Washington, and they were so intense that they flooded out the railways that they had from Dulles out, into the downtown DC area. So I was really excited because I was going to get to do the railroad from Dulles up, but instead I had to pay for a cab, which was ridiculous, but there we go. But yeah, that was the only hold I was ever in. Dougal, you've had numerous holds Heathrow in the past? Really? I would imagine that you get more. That's a much busier airport. I would imagine that's a lot busier for you. And 14,000 feet. Yeah, the cab was ridiculous. That was like, so I've only paid for 2 vacations in my life. I mean, that's, I needed to get a life. But anyway, that was the second vacation that I ever paid for in my life, that I actually went out to do something. That was the time that I went out to Washington and spent 2 days at the International Spy Museum there. Wow, did I have a blast there. Kaizor, welcome aboard. It is not a stupid question. I am a private pilot, so I can fly small airplanes.
Scandinavian 445, holding is cancelled. Proceed direct to Toronto, rejoin arrival, speed 250 knots.
250 knots, direct Toronto, and rejoin the arrival for Scandi 441. So what we do is direct to Toronto, insert, our speeds should be picking itself up, and out we go. Let's see, Jersey Pilot did holds at Willow in the sim, and IRL, see, now that's when it becomes fun for us flight simmers and stuff like that. That's when it's a good time for us to do those things, is when you go and you do something in the real world, and then you can go into the sim and do it and try it again. I think that's when it's awesome. Cats are love. Did I say Scandi 441? Yeah, it's Friday. What can I say? There is Tim Dog. There is a spy museum, and it is in Washington, D.C. They have some really interesting artifacts there. They have they do have one of the duplicates, Aston Martin DB5s. 119605 for Scandi 441. Thank you.
Just confirm for Scandinavian 445 at 119.805.
119.805. Thank you so much from Scandinavian 445. But I mean, they have some real world espionage things there. Copenhagen, good evening. Scandinavian 445 is at 13,000 feet, direct to Toronto.
Scandinavian 445, Copenhagen approach. Good evening to you. Expect ILS runway 04 left. Descend to flight level 110.
Descending now, flight level 110, expecting the ILS 04 left for Scandinavian 445.
KLM 72 Romeo, turn right heading 215. Turn right heading 215, KLM 72 Romeo. Partner 165, descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80, Martin Airport 5.
They have one of the things that they have at the Spy Museum, that a real artifact, is they have the mailbox, the U.S. mailbox, the blue mailbox, that Aldrich Ames did a chalk mark on to alert his handler that he needed to meet before they arrested him. So they've got that, the Aldrich Ames mailbox with the chalk mark. I mean, they've got some real things there. JSG Droid is at Gate Bravo. See, that's the thing. We do vectors to Copenhagen all the time. But when you complete a full flight like this, it's actually pretty cool. Oh, I don't think I deserve a special section in the Spy Museum, but what I would like is if they'd stock my books. My spy stories. You remember driving past Dulles and thinking we're there? Oh yeah, it's a long drive around there. Tim Dog was on a 4H trip to DC.
Partner 165, descent flight level 60.
Oh, you got to go to. Well, press conferences are kind of interesting for people.
445, descent flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80, Scandi 445.
Good evening, this is the KMVY 5. LMC 55, Copenhagen approach, hold on, expect ILS runway 04 left, and the descent flight level 100.
Russ, we're going to try that one flight back out to Amity Island that I crashed on yesterday. See if we could do a little bit better job of, you know, flying the airplane this time.
Reynolds 3221, Copenhagen approach, good evening, identified, confirm direct airline.
Roger, we are flying now, direct Charlie.
220 knots at Irpak.
Reynolds 3221, that is perfect, expect ILS runway 04 left, descend flight level 80.
Still getting scenery hits on this. I've got to turn that down. In terms of how the planes control, how does it differ from real life? There is a difference. So one of the things, Sarek, one of the questions that almost always comes up in chat on a live stream like this is saying, wow, you seem to know an awful lot about this Airbus A320. If you were a passenger in there and the pilots had the chicken or the fish, could you go up and fly the plane? And the answer to that is, while I know an awful lot about this simulated Airbus, I don't know a thing about the real airplane. And the thing is there is a difference between flying a simulator airplane like this and flying the real airplane. So, could I land the plane? If I had to, I could probably go up into this cockpit and set up what's called a Category 3 landing, which is essentially the airplane lands itself. But if I have to touch the controls, like the flight stick and all that, chances are it's not going to end correctly. It's not going to end good. Are there lags for you, Green Giant? I got 5 bars of output. I think I'm doing pretty good. Is it doing the same thing in Twitch? In YouTube?
Good evening,
Yeah, we know it won't end good. You've seen my landings in the sim. Yep.
Roger, approach altitude 4,000 feet. Climb altitude 4,000 feet, getting on 130 Bravo.
But there is a difference. So, like, one of the other differences, Sarek, is I'm sitting here at home in looking at my computer, right? I'm just sitting at home looking at my computer. It's great. In the real airplane, you're actually moving forward, in this case at 250 knots. You know what else is? We're bouncing around a little bit too. In the real airplane, you're accelerating and decelerating. It feels very different to be in an airplane. And if you're sitting up here for the first time by yourself, you're not going to handle it very well. I've got 9,000 freaking hours on VATSIM, which is another reason why I need to get a life. But, so anyway, that's the other part, is the effects of flying on your body make it different. So not only is it a case of not knowing the airplane, not flying, but still. If auto land didn't function in your life, would you still attempt the landing? Oh well, yeah, you're going to run out of fuel. We're going to run out of fuel anyway. So yes, if auto land, I'm still going to attempt it. I might, depending upon the fuel situation, if I found myself in that situation. 1013 on the altimeter, descending now 5,000 feet, Scandinavian 445. So I would ask ATC to vector me away from the airport if I had like 10 to 15 minutes to fly around and take the airplane off of autopilot and try and fly it myself. And if there's the fuel for that, and then, you know, I wouldn't want to do too much. So that's what I would try and do. And I'd still attend it because we're going to run out of gas. I would much rather get closer to the ground than just run out of gas at altitude.
You're not fit, but let's 04 left, approach, run it.
6 Juliet Yankee, approach hello, expect ILS runway 0.
I'm going to slow it down to a little bit here.
Fly heading at 240 degrees, descend flight level 90.
Green Giant is going to Prague IRL. Should I not tell the pilots I have 250 hours?
445, turn right, heading 130.
Right turn now, 130, Scandinavian 445. I generally would not mention that. I don't think that they're going to be impressed by that. They're just going to say, oh, great, geek. So I really, yeah, I would never mention to the pilots that I'm a sim pilot.
Scandinavian 445, descend to 4,000 feet.
Descending now 4,000 feet, Scandinavian 445. Am I going to fly the UFO? Is there a UFO? Oh, okay, you were joking. Well, some people might not know that, but I think that the real world pilots just wouldn't be impressed at all. Unless the only option was to land on the I-405, then you're screwed because it will be gridlocked. Yeah, I mean, if that's the case. Captain Scam has a UFO. Or as Ed Straker referred to it, a UFO.
Scandinavian 445, turn right heading 170.
Right turn is 170 now for Scandinavian 445. I mean, obviously, in an airplane like this, I can fly the autopilot, and I'm pretty certain that I could sit up front in a real airplane and dial the autopilot around. But the last few minutes of touching down is a big deal. That's right. They could say that the flight model is accurate. I always forget the gust lock. Well, we become creatures of habit. We just become creatures of habit. And that's not an airplane that I fly that often.
Copenhagen approach identified, expect ILS runway 04 left, release speed 220.
I'm going to do anti-ice. It's still pretty chilly out there. We're coming into clouds. Tim Dog did the river visual in a realistic fixed cockpit. It was more difficult than flying your sim. You were able to do it. I would ask for an airport with Cat 3. Yes, that's what I would ask for too. Is there a Can I go to a Cat 3 and set that up? That is the best chance that me and the passengers have of landing the airplane and surviving. Stop on the runway, let them hook up a tug, maybe, you know, put a ladder up there and put a real person in here to punch the buttons. And I'll just get out of the way, because there's a huge difference between what we do in the sim, and even though our airplanes are amazing, they're not the real thing. And, you know, once you sit in a real one of these seats, even if you're me, then, you know, because the pilots had the chicken or the fish, their lives are in your hands. And I want the best chances for their survival. So yeah, vector me to a Category 5 runway, or if there's nothing available, let me do a few turns, a descend, and a climb.
Canadian 445 to final 120.205. Goodbye.
120.205 now for Scandi 445. Thanks. Have a good week.
Bye-bye.
120.205.
Left heading 180, correct.
KLM 355, turn right, heading 080.
Right heading 080.
Oh, that frequency is a long way away.
Easy 3323, we've just had a bunch of go-arounds, so you can expect some delay, and turn left heading
120.205.
EKCH 075,
When Polyak did World Flight in Emotion said we had to go a few times to get used to it. Oh yeah, I would think so. I think if we were to go into a real world sim after flying our computers here, and you know, even with the wind wings, I think we need I want to get into something like that for real first. Copenhagen, good evening, Scandinavian 445.
Sim 445, identified. Left turn 070 degrees, you cleared ILS approach, 34 left.
Left turn 070 degrees, cleared for the ILS 04 left, Scandinavian 445.
EKCH 759, speed 180 knots to 6 miles. 180 to 6759. 165,
Captain Civi. Hi, Civi. I
I
hope it's you had a good weekend and it's a nice night in Athens. Welcome, welcome.
1676, silent hill, identified, descent 2,000 feet, speed 200 knots.
210 to 2,000 feet, speed 220 knots.
Larson, got LS all set here.
445, speed 180 knots till 6 miles.
180 till 6 miles, Scandi 445. It wasn't the best weekend for you? Well, I'm glad it's over if it wasn't a good weekend, Civi. Welcome, welcome. You're with friends now. Good to see you. Gonna try and crash the airplane into Amity Island again. We're celebrating 50 years since the movie Jaws was made. I crashed yesterday.
1676, right turn now, heading 250 degrees.
Flaps 2. Just coming into vectors to Copenhagen.
455, descent 2,000.
2,000 now, Scandinavian 445. It was not pretty.
102.
CRJ crashed into the island. Not great. In this situation, can you imagine? Well, crosswinds, no. No. Tim Dog, I think you should do it. You've got too much going on. I think you should do a discovery flight. For sure.
Left turn heading 120 degrees.
Make sure it snags glide slope and localizer. 180 till 6.
122 Bravo identified.
Okay, lights are good. Anti-ice is on.
1676, right turn now, heading 310 degrees.
Speed brakes. Oh, come on.
1676, right turn now 310 degrees, please.
2,500.
310 degrees.
There we go.
1676.
Auto brakes medium. Good. We got the localizer. Now make sure it snags the glide slope. Got clouds, no point in taking it off the autopilot yet.
And 1676, speed 200 knots.
9 miles out. I got the airport. Got the runways.
Speed 200, scan 1676.
Gear.
Red now 3221, left turn 070 degrees, your tail islands approach, set up for left.
070 and clear 0 for left, right now 224.
Gears
Red now
down.
3221, descend 2000.
Coming 2000, 324.
Scan 1676, speed 180 knots, still 6 miles.
Are you thinking of doing IVAO, Sibby?
Until 6 miles. And scan 1676, right turn now, set 10 degrees, your
If
tail
you
islands
want,
approach,
I was
set up
going to
for left.
reset up mine. You tell me when.
Right,
We can set them up and give it a try.
Good evening, KLM 355. KLM 355, find her identified.
Approach mode.
322 LA.
Confirmed.
That's multi 332, find her identified. 445, contact town now 11805.
118-105 now for Scandy 445. Thanks. Have a good week.
LG 3332, right turn.
Alpha Foxtrot for Zulu, first runway 12, 759.
Flaps 3. Catstrip Tower, good evening. Scandinavian 445's on finals for runway 04 left, about 4 miles out.
Scandinavian 445, Catstrip Tower, go afternoon, wind calm, runway 04 left, clear to land, expedite vacating to the left.
Expedite vacating to the left, 04 left, clear to land, Scandinavian 445. Posture check, good idea. Well, tell me how I can help if you decide you're going to do that. I know you had a bad experience or something with them recently, so.
1,000.
Hey, Jim, welcome back in. You've got 4 days to fly. Where are you going to go first, Jim? Okay, gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes, ECAM checklist is good. Exiting to the left. AP is off.
Approach number 2, expect leg clearance.
Number 2 and expect leg clearance, scan 1676.
Hey, it's chilly weather here. The jaws of Copenhagen. Still need to turn down a scenery setting. I'm getting too many hesitations here.
100 above. Minimum.
Landing.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10, 5.
Verse. Clear.
Oh, hello, right now, 321.
That one felt good.
Scandinavian 1676 from ratio 4 left, clear to land, expedite vacating to the left.
That felt really good.
Getting to the left, scan 161.
I might have a future in this simulated aviation thing.
Wind calm, number 04 left, continue approach. Number 2, expect that clear.
Number 2, continue 321.
Scandinavian 445, welcome to Copenhagen, sir. Taxi via Alpha and Foxtrot, Hotel Zulu, cross runway 12.
Alpha and Foxtrot hold short of Zulu, cleared across 12, Scandi 441.
Tower, hello from LP 332 for left, publish localizer 05 left. Last station again. LP 332.
I don't know which one. I think that you just have to kind of check it out. Alpha and Bravo. I see where we're going. T-Bird. Oh, all the cool Greek emotes, including Yoshi the Super Dog. Alpha Foxtrot. Hi Gabriel, thank you for coming in. Oh, I see where we're going. I see Foxtrots. So Alpha, 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 Cross, and Foxtrots on the other side. I get it now.
Vacate to the left for right now 322.
Let's see. So tweak up max frames to 50. Hang on, Larson. I'm going to copy what you said. Why don't we try that for our next flight? We'll try that for the next flight. Inquiring mind sees alligators.
1676, continue via
Welcome
Alpha,
to the spy flight. They're always here, aren't they?
Taxi via Alpha and also flying 12, scan 1676.
Flap is open. Or Polyot says I should try that when we're not streaming. Yeah, I should stop being the mad scientist and doing experiments and stuff in the sim, right, on live stream. If I could get a mad doctor's lab coat, then I could be an evil scientist in doing that.
Okay, clear to land runway 332, Multi 322, thank you.
Okay, after the runway, it's right turn to Foxtrot.
Scandinavian 102 Bravo, cash strip tower call.
Lab coat and goggles, yes.
Approach, wind is cold.
Contact approach.
Bucky says to hydrate.
Scandinavian 445, contact cash open 121.630.
121.630 now for Scandi 445. Thank you.
Multi 322 expedite. Expedite and multi 332. Scandinavian 102 Bravo, runway 04 left, clear land, expedite vacant to left.
Tower, good evening, this is KMVY 5, Scandinavian 102 Bravo, and expedite vacate left.
Busy. 121630.
KLM 355, cash up tower, Grafton, wind calm, runway 04 left, continue approach number 2, expect late clearance.
Expect late and clearance, complete approach.
Pretty cool airplane. Did I get a good enough landing rate to be insufferable for the rest of the day? How did we do? What? Minus 285? I was robbed. No, there's butter all over the runway. I was totally robbed. I demand a recount. That was terrible. That was a great landing. Cat strip ground, hi there. Scandinavian 441, holding short of Foxtrot. Zulu on Foxtrot. Foxtrot, it's been one of those days.
445 Apron, hello there. Sounds like a very long day.
Been a long day for sure.
445, when able taxi Foxtrot and Yankee Romeo stand Delta 1.
Foxtrot and Yankee, our stand tonight is Alpha 21 for Scandinavian 445.
Representing Scandinavian 1676.
445, somebody had 441. That's why.
445 seconds.
Scandinavian 445, Foxtrot and Yankee Romeo, and it was Alpha, you said Alpha 21 for Scandi 445.
Almost stand Delta 1 on the same taxi route.
Same taxiway, Scandi 445, Alpha 21.
And I confirm stand Delta 1.
Oh, it's Delta 1, not Alpha 1. Sorry about that, Scandi 445. Thank you.
No worries.
Foxtrot Yankee Delta 21. Let's go on in there. And it's straight ahead.
16764.
So straight ahead, Foxtrot, fallen behind the EasyJet, and then Romeo.
676.
Oh my gosh, my Copenhagen didn't load. It's, man, I thought I had Copenhagen and Bergen set up as default. I have the scenery, I just didn't load them. Hi, Kevin. Yeah, the guy in front, Kevin, was getting a little personal with the airplane up ahead, weren't they?
Crossing the runway 12.
Yeah, that, you know, putting the post-it note on my forehead kind of helps.
1676. Also 7 Fox of Mike, request taxi.
7 Fox of Mike, taxi Lima, Zulu, hold short of taxiway Alpha.
Also 7 Fox of Mike, taxiing via Lima and Zulu, holding short of Alpha.
Gotta wait for these two, and then we go straight. Yeah, so I use add-on linker to disable some sceneries, and I really thought that I had Bergen and Copenhagen just set to be on full time. But apparently I didn't have it turned on, so there we go. Captain Bishop just did a follow. Hi, Captain Bishop. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. We just landed at Copenhagen, and we're going to try and get to the gate and then do a CRJ flight.
Thanks, 90224, taxi Papa, hold short of taxiway Yankee.
Taxi Papa, hold short of Yankee, super.
And now we're looking for Romeo, which is basically the next available right up there. How about APU?
Hold of Romeo, Scandinavian 1396.
That wasn't right, but there's the terminal we're going to. Man, default looks terrible at night. That should be Romeo, and our gate is straight ahead. APU's coming on up. Next flight is Boston to Martha's Vineyard, also known as Amity Island, in the CRJ. What could possibly go wrong with that after our big crash yesterday?
Continue, Victor and Bravo, hold short of runway 30.
Container Victor Bravo, hold short, runway 30. Scandinavian 1396.
Certified on the beginning 12 on Foxtrot.
Speedway 12 Apron, hello. 7 Fox of Mike, continue Zulu and Delta, hold short of runway 30.
The 7 Fox of Mike, continuing Zulu and Delta, holding short of runway 30.
No slide off. There's our little line going in. Baston to Martha's Vineyard. Also known as, oh, I don't think that's the line at all. That was like a double line. I think the line's over here.
Stand by.
What's that double line? That's really weird. Nope, that actually was, but it's a double line. So there's like a scenery error with that line. Okay, parking brakes are on. APU is up. Let's turn on the bleed. Keep it comfy in the cabin. Engine number 1 goes off. Engine number 2 goes off. Let's stop our squawking. And I usually will go and hit the rudder reset for the next flight, just in case. While the engines are spinning down, we can do engine fuel pumps going off. Fuel pumps are off. And we're done with the ADIRs. So 3, 2, and 1 goes off. And then I'll usually come down here and do crew supply of oxygen, beacon, seat belts, and we have safely arrived. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was arrested. Although the pilot got a little bit of attitude there because he thinks we should have had a better landing rate. The weather is not so bad today. It was not good yesterday. It really was not great at all. So we made it. Nobody was hurt. Let's see. We're going to turn off. Let's turn off Volanta. There goes Volanta. And let's go get our CRJ. This is a really short flight, but it's a little more complex of an airplane. Not as much as is automatic as the other one. So that's it. Buckeye said to hydrate. We should do that now, because we don't want to forget that. It's still snowing where Tim Dog is, but the snow's not sticking to the ground and the roads are just wet. Yeah, really this time of year, unless you're a little further north, it's not going to stick until, the ground starts to freeze overnight and stuff like that. Once you do that, then it's good. 7 minutes ago, Mustache came in and said to stretch. If you're flying with me, you should stretch too. You should also hydrate and do all of those other things. Let's see, we don't need SimApp Pro for this flight. So we'll disconnect that and unplug 2 USBs because we don't need those. And let's see what we got going on over on VATSIM. Blood circulating, absolutely very important. Okay, Boston is indeed up today. I don't see anything over at Martha's Vineyard. Boston, what are we doing in Boston? Departure is 4 right. So 04 right. The snow has been sticking though in East Tennessee for a while. Is it starting to pile up, Kevin? 'Tis the season possibly for you to start worrying about 'tis the season maybe to start worrying about getting your keeping your gas tank full, that sort of thing. Not a lot of accumulation yet. It's coming. You should do a handstand if you don't have legs. All right. We'll just do the normal KBOS, Boston Logan, KMVY. That's good. This is going to be a CRJ. I'm going to do the 550. And we'll just do our typical airplane there. So runways gave us 4 right for departure. That's pretty good. Runway 6 to land. Okay, that was our runway for yesterday. I'm going to board an extra 15 minutes of fuel. It's a United CRJ. I'm going to guess we should probably be in pounds for this airplane. And that's good. And generate flight. And don't make me think of 'tis the season. My partner had the Christmas decorating company over today, planning for the trees. 4 trees up from 3. Yeah, well, you know what? Once we start playing Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer and stuff like that, you'll really start to hate it. So, you know, when that starts happening, then it's probably time for copious amounts of, I don't know, holiday cheer beverages or something. Okay, we're going to need a flight plan for this airplane. Got to put that on the desktop. You got to see it. There we go. That looks good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. Going to go at 14,000 feet. Okay. Logan to dunk. Filed. Okay, good to go there. There's VATSIM for our gates. It's now time for me to attempt to update the titles on Twitch. This is when things could get really, really messy. Really, really messy. There's a new title. Here is a new flight plan. And that should be good there. Seriously, for the 50th anniversary, though, for the 50th anniversary, you know what they ought to do? They should really do. They should rename Martha's Vineyard to Amity Island. I mean, there's money there. They can handle paying for stuff like that, so that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, parking brakes on, engine starts off, gear down, throttles in Airbus mode. Yeah, that would have been a great VATSIM event. A big fly-in for everybody coming in for the Jaws party. The sharks swallow you whole. Good old Quint. Okay, that's good. We've updated the title. I think we could just sit back and chill a bit. Dream about pizza and beverages and burgers with friends. Uh-oh, I may have forgotten something. Martha's Vineyard says the weather sucks. You know what? Maybe we ought to just plan on the ILS for this. I bet I forgot. I may need to load a runway. Boston should be already loaded up, but I may have messed this up. Hang on. Might have to restart sim. So the weather is frightful. Maybe we ought to ask for the ILS on this, unless the winds aren't good. Okay, come on, add-on linker. We also have to figure out what we might want to do for our last flight today. KMVY, Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, I gotta load it in. Oh, it's already loaded. Ha! Huh. I seem to remember to have done that, but I didn't do Copenhagen. Quint got me yesterday, that's right. Am I sure I want to take the CRJ? Yes. I have to redeem my honor. It is a matter of honor, as any Klingon knows. Very, very important. Or perhaps, you know, this is a fool's errand, at which point, you know, perhaps today is a good day to die. I've got my Klingonese down really good today. Tim Dog is taking the citation at signature and gets chocolate chip cookies. JSG Droy is at Bravo 7 thinking about eggs, splat, or pancakes after splat. Hi, heavy weather. Now, this isn't the last flight. We're going to do one more after this unless we decided we've just had enough. Maybe we'll take an early day. I don't know. I did. So the last time that I fired up Assassin's Creed Odyssey was in March of 2024. I couldn't sleep last night, so I turned it on last night, and I just went walking around in the walk around mode for like 45 minutes and was just, whoa, the scenery is so cool. I was over just walking around Kefalonia. I have not been studying Klingon, no. Spock would be very proud of Worf, because Worf changed over and started doing meditation and everything. Boston to MVY. Yes, we're trying it again. AMG is coming back for dinner. Back after dinner. Almost done. Almost CRJ time. Okay, done with morning coffee today. So now it is Spy Tea in the Airbrow mug. Thanks, Airport. TD. And then, of course, we have to wait because there's the little Sim Update 3 freeze at the top. No auto throttle in this airplane. Nope. Should I? So cats are love. No auto throttle. Should I just go and make this a brew in the cockpit flight and get going? Frankie Doo just followed. Hey, Frankie Doo. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. We get charts in this. We get charts in the application. I see United 1959 has already loaded at the gate. I was going to do something, but I don't remember what. Let's just load the plane. Let's get our CRJ. Visibility depends on whether there is rain over the airport. When it's there, good luck. When it isn't, you're good to go. So either way, we're gonna die. Save and go back. Yes, during VATSIM events when there's going to be at least ATC and no more than about 4 or 5 a year. They're just too long, especially if you're live streaming. They're just too long if you're live streaming and stuff like that. No. Go ahead and try it again. The problem is if you're live streaming and doing a long haul, what are you gonna do for that whole time? You know, what is it that, you know, I guess you could play bingo or something, but that's not going to be very much fun. We're at gate Bravo 16. Oh, we were going to try frame rates and dynamic settings. Let's not do that. Polyout's right. We'll try that a little later. Hey, check it in from vacation. Loviz. Wow, Loviz. Breakfast this morning sure looked good. Loviz put a picture over on Discord. Holy moly. That was a lot of food. I hope you had a great breakfast. Welcome on in. Guten Abend. Benjamin's here from Germany. Hi, Benjamin. Jordan, there is some lag, isn't there? Yeah, I've got to make some adjustments to my scenery settings here. Loviz on vacation posted a great breakfast photo earlier. Really looked great on Discord. I think it was in the food tab or the IRL tab, but it looked really, really nice. Jordan, okay, the airport's loaded in. Is it still laggy? Loviz has not needed food since breakfast because it was really monster size, but it's been a great trip so far. Outstanding. I'm really happy to hear you're having a good time. We are, and this is a CRJ 7. Okay, that's VATSIM. Let's see if Volanta will load. Jordan is flying Boston to Detroit, and you've got no lag over in Flight Sim 2020. So 2024 has it. I think it's different for everybody, Jordan. Some people it works great. Some people, they need the new one. They need the old one. It's every system's different. So Loviz, now that breakfast's over, what's next? Is there places that you're going to go, or is it just sort of hang out and visit some shops, or do you have places that you like to go? Okay, that should be Volanta. And I still have to go to the Volanta overlay and manually refresh it. I've got to figure out a way to make that work. Okay, that should be good for Volanta. And I think we're ready to go. If we come around here, you see there's JSG Droid. And let's get in the cockpit. Shift C. All right. Before we do this, what screwed me up yesterday is I did not pay attention to the departure. So it's the Logan 4 departure. I think that's the same one from yesterday. So Logan 4 means that I need to pay better attention to my departure. Lovish, you've been exploring, hit some stores, and then figure out dinner. All right, the exploring part. So what's the cool exploration thing that you've got going on? Did you find anything interesting from exploring? I'm just clearing out the data from my last flight here. We don't need that. And let's bump this up a line. Looks good. Okay, all of that looks great. We did get a PDC, as we usually get here in Boston, so that's nice. Yep, I got the same one. Same thing, JSG Droid, so. Okay, come on down here, and let's activate this. Okay. Take a deep breath. Slow down. We had a great landing. I thought the landing should have been a little bit better, but it apparently was a little hard. I thought it was a great landing. Okay, doors should be open. We should be getting a jetway. Here comes the jetway. And we should be cold and dark. We have ground power. Let's plug in the flight plan. Import. Good. Contact 121.9 to push. Charts. Let's get these, and we're going to study. Oh, I usually do this after. Let's power plane. Airplane has Boris sounds for the start, so they should be pretty good. Battery. Loviz is in the old city, so it's a walled-off fortress with the old Spanish architecture, like the French Quarter in New Orleans. So there's got to be some really cool historical things to be checking out, right? Sling forgot landing gear down in London. It happens to everybody. Ground power. Nav lights. Hydraulic B3 switch. Turn up some backlighting. No smoking, armed. No smoking on. Emergency exit lights are armed. Recirculating fans on. Everything's good to go up there. Navigation data. Okay, I did successfully update the navigation data. I had to do it outside of the airplane. I had to do it in the Navigraph hub page, and that was a problem. So at least I've got updated nav data. Position init. We are at KBOS, Boston Logan. We are at gate Bravo 16. And as I recall, it doesn't know that. Doesn't know Bravo 16. Page 2. GPS position. Page 1. Plug it in. With that, we come down here. And over here is nav 1, nav 2. Let's come up a little. I'm going to turn on integrated lighting on the pedestal. I don't think we'll need flood. But let's come over here. And we're going to do integrated lighting over here. And a little flood on that. And that should be good. We don't need the warning and caution flashing in our face. 1 minute he's knighted, the next he is in a walled-off fortress. I know. And probably commanding the troops on the battlements on the side of the old Spanish fortress. Or it could be, Polyot, that Loviz has been hanging around the spy flight too long and is standing up there as a knight on the fortress, shouting down at people the way that good old John Cleese was in the Monty Python movie, insulting them in French or something like that. I hope it's the ILS runway 24, JSG Droid. I hope it's the ILS 24. That's what I'm planning for both. We'll see what they give us. Lion Drummer, yes, I'm going to try and make up for yesterday's flight. KBOS, Boston Logan. KMVY. Our alternate today is probably Kennedy. Yep. JFK. Kennedy is our alternate. We are United Flight 441. And our first waypoint is Dunk, D-U-N-K-K. D-U-N-K-K. And guess what? That's it. End of the flight plan. The winds are favoring runway 6. So if the winds are favoring runway 6, that's probably what we're going to get. So I'm going to plan for probably the RNAV to runway 6. Polyot says the weather outside is frightful. Okay, they're departing off of runway 04 right, so we'll do departure and arrival. 4 right. It's the Logan 4. Execute. Coming in, Polyot says expect RNAV runway 6. I'm just going to leave it as vectors for now. And that should be good. Flight plan and performance. Okay, let's come over here to the flight plan here. Boston Airport. Gates. Airport. And Logan 5. Logan 4. So this is where I really screwed up yesterday. After takeoff, we are going direct to duck. So after departure, it's duck. And what I didn't look at is there is a specific departure path. So for runway 4, what do we do? It is clam chowder and Sam Adams beer, right? Clam chowder and Sam Adams. Okay, so we're going off of runway 04 right for our departure. So 04 right. So that means after takeoff, our heading is going to be 035 degrees. After 4 miles, it's a right turn to 090. And then vectors to dunk. Let's make it nighttime and cool. Okay, so that's what those are our departures. This is what I totally blew off yesterday, and this is what got me into trouble. I never even looked at that. All right, and let's come back in and get arrivals. MVY, no SIDS, no stars. So I'm going to get my first RNAV runway 6, but I'm also going to request the ILS runway 24. So let's get both of those charts to help us out in case. And the airport here, and now we got charts. So hopefully it's 24, but if we're RNAVing, then we're gonna die. Navigraph is updated, but if I try and import the flight plan, you get an error in the McDo. I've stopped trying to import the flight plan. I mean, in this airplane, you can do it, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'd just as soon plug in the flight plan anyway. It's the CRJ. We're not going to have a 20-point flight plan or something. So it really is pretty easy to just pop in the numbers. So that's why I do that. I haven't done it the other way. Cruise altitude is 14,000 feet. 14,000 feet. If we're going to go to our alternate, it's 26,000 feet. And let's start them up the APU. While that's starting up, we'll load the plane. So performance. We have got 50 brave souls flying with us today. Or foolish idiots. You can check, you decide. We're not going to have anything up front. Cargo is nothing in the back. And that gives us a 0 fuel weight of, should be 54.0. I'm at 55.3, close enough. Close enough. Fuel should be 7,502. 7502 is our fuel. Enter. And that looks good. 50, 0, and 0. Set payload in the plane. Copy performance data into the FMC. It's dry in Boston. Set the bugs. And there's our numbers. All right, that looks good. Execute that page. Next page. Cruise winds are 210 degrees at 72 knots. 210 degrees at 72 knots. Temperature deviation is +3 degrees, and execute that. Last page, estimated time of departure. It's 2052, 2105. Zulu is our estimated time of departure. Execute that. Good. Come on down here. Takeoff and landing. We're going to do a flex takeoff, so 47. Let's do McDo, menu, advisory VNav, and progress. So we're all good to go there. We did get a squawk code from our PDC, and our squawk code says 4633. Boston ground is 121.9. Boston Center is 134.7. Back to progress, and then I usually put the radio over here. Good. All right. Let's see. APU is up and running. I'm going to disconnect from ground power. Ground power is disconnected. All of this looks great. Aircraft. Disconnect ground power. Close cargo. Initial climb clearance is... They didn't give us a climb clearance. I'll bet it's in the chart. Look at the departure. Haha, sneaky devils. 5,000 feet is our initial climb clearance. (5,000 feet). ATIS information. Lima is aboard. Our altimeter is 2953. 2953 on the Barrow. There we go. It's 4 miles out, and then we turn to a heading of 090. So let's do runway heading first. I can remember 090. So runway heading is 055 degrees, but the Logan departure says they want us to fly out on a heading of 035. So that's our first heading, 035. (035 degrees). Okay, that's set. Okay, all of that looks really good. Come over to parking gates. That looks good too. We're going to have to push and start back on to Echo. So we'll call for that when we're ready. Airplane, I think it's time to retract the jetway. There goes our jetway. There goes the jetway. And with that, then we can close the door on the CRJ. Got to have that jetway out of the way. Close the doors. Closed, closed. All of our doors are closed. Ground power is removed. Parking brakes are on. Shocks are removed. And then get off of this airplane. Tim Dog is already ready to go. Wow. Performance is done. This looks good. Let's do cabin signs. Seatbelts are going on. Let's go ahead and do the rest of our hydraulics. Hydraulics are going on. Okay, all that looks great. 121.9. Are we set up for that? 121.9. Yep, we are. I just didn't hear anybody. Let's get pushback helper because GSX is being a brat. Here comes the tug. Anybody over there? I think we're ready. Boston ATIS information Lima, ground 121.9. Boston ground, hello there from United 441. We are a CRJ on the ground with you at gate Bravo 16. Information Lima's aboard, got the clearance from ACARS, requesting startup and pushback. On to Echo.
United 1959, Boston ground, hello, thanks for Lima. Pushback onto Echo is approved, call me for taxi.
That's JHG Droid, not me. Hey, Frankie, can I show the setup? You mean what everything looks like here? I have a YouTube video if you want to see it there, but I don't actually have a camera out here. I'm going to be setting up a cockpit cabin soon, Frankie, because we're going to get something else. Boston ground, hi there. United 441 is at Bravo 16 with Lima, requesting startup and pushback onto Echo.
United 441 Boston ground solo. My apologies, I confused you with another aircraft there. United 441, thanks for Lima. Pushback onto Echo is approved. Call me for taxi.
Thank you so much. I confused my own airplane too, United 441. Shall we go? I think we're going to go. Beacon is going on. Cabin call. And let's go. Let's see, we were going to do, what, 20 feet for cabin pressurization?
Southwest 561, continue via Bravo.
Sim pilot.
You can monitor tower on 128.8.
Oh, 67. 2,
Thank you for the tower.
4, 6. Parking brakes are off. Let's go. Yeah, there's the video there. I'm sorry about that, Frankie. Yeah, I hope you like that. But eventually, when the throttles and stuff arrive, I'll be setting up another in-cockpit cam then. Have I tried the TFDI freighter? I have not tried. I don't even have those loaded in 2024. When they're ready for us to use them, that's when I'll start giving them a try.
Boston ground, this is United 1959, gate 11. We are requesting pushback and start also if we got room.
Yeah, 1959 Boston ground, hello. Thanks. Let's see here. After the traffic behind you there, pushback onto Echo is approved, tail west.
After the traffic, push through, tail west. United 1959.
Parking brakes.
Boston ground,
release the tug.
Or Transworld 363, we have information lane ready to taxi.
Fuel boosters going
Transworld
online.
353 Boston ground, hello. Runway 4
starting
right,
engine number
the,
1.
Kilo, hold short Alpha for now, please.
Engine number 1 is starting. Backup altimeter is set. And I need to change that view back. Good start on engine number 1. Looking good. Starting 2. Remember, on the updated CRJ, you actually have to hold it down a little bit. AZ, you're on Twitch. You should see information below the video window that you're watching that should have the system. The only thing that I don't have updated is the graphics card on that. And it's, what, a 3060 now, I believe? So the Nvidia card is different, but everything else on that should be updated, which is a 3060. Hey, Polyat, it's a 30. I remembered. Holy moly. And I didn't have to have it written down in front of me either. How about that? That was really amazing. PAX. Probe heat. APU.
Touch aircraft information, Mike is all current. Altimeter 2950.
2950. Uh-oh, altimeter's dropping. 2950. Landing elevation 60 feet. That's going to be good.
You can make the right onto Bravo and hold short Juliet.
Right, Bravo,
Flaps
hold short
8.
Juliet, Transworld 353.
Boston ground, hi again. United 441's pushed and started from Bravo 16 on Echo. Mike's now aboard, requesting taxi.
Yeah, 441, thanks for Mike. Runway 4 right, taxi via Echo Bravo, hold short of Juliet.
Runway 04 right, Echo and Bravo, but we're going to hold short of Juliet for United 441. Echo, Bravo, hold short of Juliet. Shall we go? Let's get out of JSG Droid's way. Parking brakes. Taxi light.
Transfer 33, you can monitor tower on 128.8, bye-bye.
28.8, have a go in, 353.
Performance. It's wet. I'm going to set my bugs for a wet departure. Now rotate is 124.
Boston ground, this is JetBlue 897 with you.
JetBlue 897,
Hey,
Boston
Mike
ground,
on the radio. Welcome aboard.
Taxiing via Alpha.
Takeoff config is good. We're all ready to go. Still haven't taken any time to look at where there's some VATSIM ATC to decide where we want to go after we crash it. I mean, land at Martha's Vineyard. Good afternoon, Mike. I hope you're having fun and it's a good start to your week.
Ground American 412, November short of 15, right?
American 412, Boston ground, welcome. You're looking for the Bravo gates today?
Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and jump off with you. Thanks for the help. See ya.
Okay, sounds good. Have a good one.
Either somebody needs to do real life kinds of things, or somebody has to do an emergency trip to the bathroom. Nebula says there is wet stuff in the skies over Boston today. No kidding. So it is a stormy day in the neighborhood. It also looks a little bit windy.
Attention aircraft information in November is not current. Just a configuration change.
There was a...
Yeah, 441 short of Juliet. You can monitor tower on 128.8. Have a great flight.
Short of Juliet, we will monitor tower 128.8. United 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Yeah.
So you had a gale warning here in Boston, really? 128.800. After you had the gale warning, did you have a Debbie warning? Or a Susie warning, or was it just for gale? I don't see Juliet. Oh!
United 441, boss there.
United 441, hi there.
United 441, cross the 4 left approach on Bravo. CD Bravo, hold short runway 48.
Cross the 4 left approach here on Bravo and hold short of 4 right for United 441. No, it was Betty, and Betty kept beeping at you. SimPilot, the CRJ version 2, I'm enjoying this airplane too. It doesn't have an auto throttle, but the real airplane doesn't have an auto throttle. Tim Dog requested the ILS-24. Yes. If we have our chance, we should. Chris says I should have looked both ways. Yeah, we're good. Kitchen, yeah. Doors closed. Oh, you mean in the airplane?
As well, 333, contact departure, 133.0.
33.0, have a go in, 333.
Yeah, boring. I want to survive this one. ILS 24. I'm changing right now. The airplane's going too slow. I'm also really going slow because my tiller is getting more and more wacky. JSG Droid has both flight plans set up. See, that's the correct way to do it, right? Kevin, Twitch stream was being twitchy today. I guess something's going on today. I'm still putting out, I'm not dropping any frames. Everything else is going pretty good. So I don't know what's going on.
441, runway 4 right, line up and wait.
4 right, line up and wait, United 441. Strobes. Yeah, direct to Martha's Vineyard after Dunk. J. Phils said to hydrate a whole 14 minutes ago. Hey, J. Phils, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. And when we get up in the air. Armed. Heading hold. Lights.
Iran 220, taxi to the gate.
Okay, here we go. Good luck.
Iran Air 220 Boston Tower, request taxi to the gate.
Iran Air 220, continue Mike, or it'll be right on Mike, and then hold short of runway 15 left on Mike.
Continue on Mike, hold short runway 15 right, Iran Air 220.
Alright, 441, wind is 0707, runway 4 right, clear for takeoff.
4 right, clear for takeoff, United 441.
United 1959, Boston Tower, hello. Continue Bravo, and runway 4 right, line up and wait.
$80 knots.
Boston Tower, I heard on the stream that you were calling for us. Ground just handed us off.
It's all good. You went way past your hold short, but it's fine. Runways 4 right, line up and wait.
4 right, line up and wait. United 1959.
Positive
Ground
climb
probably
gear.
told you, hold short of Juliet.
Gear going up.
If you didn't, that's on him. I'll talk to him about that. But we have that because if you kept rolling and there was an aircraft landing, they would have landed on you, which we don't want.
Yeah, no, he told us, Bravo, he just told us 4 right via Bravo.
All right, Roger, thank you. All right, 220, cross runway 4 left on November, and then hold short of 15 left at November.
Roger, Iran Air 220, cross runway 4 left on November.
Yeah, 441, contact departure 133.0.
133.0 for United 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
See ya.
United 890, just confirm, just going to maintain 3,000.
Yep, confirming descend and maintain 3,890.
Boston departure, hi there. United 441 is runway heading, passing 3,000 for 5.
United 441 Boston, departure radar contact, clear direct dump, climb and maintain 7,000.
7,000 and direct to Dunk, United 441.
Boston approach, November 7217 Hotel on the Wounds 2 at 7,000 with November.
November 7217 Hotel Boston, approach things for November, expect PR now runway 4 left approach.
Expect RNAV 4 left, November Western Hotel.
November 217 Hotel, depart, Wounds heading 060 vector, Stefano.
Depart, Wounds heading, say the heading again?
Depart, Wounds heading 060.
Depart, Wounds heading 060.
Okay, that was so much nicer than what we had last time. So much better than our last flight. Okay, there's 250 knots at 7,000 feet. Bedtime for Captain Sibby. Good night, Sibby. Have a good night. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Sorry you had a bad weekend. Let's have a fun week.
890, descend and maintain 3,000. Down to 3,890.
Direct to Dunk. And nav, little fast. All right. And then after that, it's direct to MVY. Still too fast. Nope, actually spot on. I was at 240 on my speed. It's supposed to be 250. Okay, there we go. That looks good. All of this is set. Minimums are 263 feet. 263 feet. So 260 is probably good to go on that.
United 890, clear direct to Leveron.
Little slow now.
890.
Okay, that's pretty good. All right, let's take 30 seconds and just zoom out and see what we got going on here. Okay, so there's ATC in Boston. Chicago is up. Albuquerque is up. Kansas City Center is up. Houston is up. We've also got ATC all over Canada.
Boston departure,
So
1959, we are 2,900.
We could do everything else.
United
So there's also
1959 Boston
Canada.
departure radar contact, climb and maintain 7,000. That'll be your final, your clear direct dump.
7,000 direct dump, United 1959.
And then after direct to MVY. Let's go seatbelts off for a little bit in case anybody has to go. Landing lights, we can go off for a while.
November 17 Hotel, clear direct Leveron, cross Leveron at or above 3,000.
Holy moly, check out the clouds here.
3,000, November 17 Hotel.
United 890.
Havoy did a 30-minute hold into Copenhagen.
210, correction,
So
maintain
I'm guessing
190
that things started to pick up and got busy, right? In Copenhagen? Black Dog, I hope I said hi when you came in. Welcome. Okay, speed's good, altitude's good. If we have icing in this airplane, icing will show up on the windshield wiper. It will show up on your windshield wiper. Lots of people are dunking.
721
Hi, Off-World.
Maintain
Good to see
190
you.
knots.
Welcome aboard.
Maintain 190 knots, November 17 Hotel.
Everything else is good so far. Tim Dog is, yeah, this is a short flight. So, the thing that happened to me is I was solving problems and never had a chance to stabilize the airplane, make it a happy airplane. And so that's why I ended up auguring into the ground.
890, are you good on the approach there?
Yeah, we overshot it, but we're good on the approach. Now.
United 890,
Lion
Roger.
Drummer.
You can contact tower now 128.8, maintain 170 knots until the tapping.
So you're doing New Orleans to Houston, so we ought to do New Orleans to Houston. Or Poliot says maybe we should do a spin and come back, go back to Boston. And direct to MVY.
United 441, contact Boston Center 134.7, connect.
134.7 now for United 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Thanks.
Baston Center, hi there. United 441 is overhead dunk at 7,000 feet.
United 441, Boston Center. Hello. Delta 2000, expect runway 29er.
Looks like 29.
Touch fast. Yeah, we could probably do 2 flights on that one. I don't know if I'm ready for more than 2 flights in the CRJ in one day. Unless it's kind of a longer thing that we can sit up and stabilize, but 2 really short flights, that's a lot of...
Seabird 189, in the future, just let me know before you time accelerate, but no worries. Descend and maintain flight level 240. Seabird 189, descend and maintain flight level 240.
Okay, did a quick poll up there. Just a couple things. We could see what you think. We could go back to Boston. We could do that flight suggestion, New Orleans to Houston, or grab one of the Canadian flights. So there's a poll up there if you're over on Twitch, and you can vote on that.
I did a 40 on contact Boston approach on
it is raining in Boston.
133.0.
Well, there also, the option is also to fly, the option... The weather is worse today, heavy weather, but we could probably ask for the ILS, which I'm going to do. On that. So 7,000 feet, a touch slow. We need to get to 250.
United 441, expect the ILS runway 24 approach, and when able, clear direct choppy.
Direct to choppy, expecting the ILS runway 24 for United 441. Direct to choppy. Hey, Mustache. Good to see you. Hey, I caught your message in time this time. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I stretched this time. Ooh. Little stressed there. Okay, what?
Boston Center, this is United 1959. We are crossing Dunk, heading 177 at 7,000 feet.
Looks like MSY to Houston
United
is
1959
winning,
Boston Center.
followed closely
hello.
by Flyin Canada
Expect
and
the
Fly
ILS
Back to
runway
Boston's
24
number
approach
3 in the
into
poll.
North of the Vineyard, and when able, clear.
So direct, is that direct to the airport for United 1959? We'll expect the ILS 24 for Vineyard.
United 1959 negative, direct choppy. It's 6 on the ILS 24.
Direct choppy for the ILS 24.
MSY in Canada is tied.
So 2000 ready to taxi.
And the poll's over, so we got to do a tiebreaker.
Cross runway 18.
Alpha across 18 to 29 Delta Zero.
Boston Center, good evening. Delta 1019. With you crossing 9,000.
We need something like close.
Delta 1019 Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 340.
Tim Dog says the visibility is going to be good. Is it 300 feet today? Boy, that's nice.
189 Boston Center, are you there?
No, Flyin Canada actually won. It came from behind and won. So Fly in Canada. Okay.
Seabird 189 Boston Center.
Let's see here. I'll put together another fast one here.
Current world 353, cross Charlie, Charlie, Charlie at 12,000 and...
Cross Calvin Canada, 12,250 knots, 343.
Boston Center, Seabird 189, hello. Flight level 380.
Seabird 189, Boston Center, descend and maintain flight level 240.
That was flight level 240, Seabird 189.
Boston Center, citation Tango Whiskey, we're clear of runway 24.
Citation 8 Tango Whiskey, taxi to parking B Alpha, yes.
Parking B Alpha, citation Tango Whiskey, thanks.
United 441, cross choppy at or above of 1,500. Cleared straight in, ILS, runway 24 approach.
Cleared choppy, cross it at 1,500, then straight in on the ILS for runway 24, United 441.
United 1959, cross choppy at or above 1,500. Cleared straight in, ILS, runway 24 approach.
Cross choppy at or above 1,500, clear for the ILS 24 approach, United 1959.
Seabird 189, squawk 7052.
Squawk 7052, Seabird 189.
I just want to tell you both.
Delta 2000 ready, 29 ready to go.
Delta 2000, wind 0707, runway 29 clear for takeoff.
29 clear for takeoff, Delta 2000.
All right, so far so good. Got the localizer set up. Not sure why I have butterflies in my stomach. I do too. I'm trying to do this one right, all while doing a bunch of silly, trying to do a bunch of polls here.
Crank at 5,000, Seabird 189.
Looks like Thunder Bay to Winnipeg is the flight that you're voting for.
Delta 196, contact Boston approach 133.0.
131, 135 to land. 135 to land.
Air 3202, contact Boston approach 133.0.
Okay.
Air 3202, contact Boston approach 133.0.
Yeah, Thunder Bay to Winnipeg is winning on the poll.
133.0, Air 3202.
United 441, the Martha's Vineyard wind missing, runway 24, cleared to land.
24 cleared to land, not afraid of the wind. United 441. We are gonna die. Okay, this is gonna be fast. 135 to land. $135.
Delta 2505, descend via the J-Fund 2 arrival, runway 4 left, the Boston altimeter 2950.
We'll descend the J-Fund 2 and expect runway 4 left. We have information November at Boston, Delta 2505.
You're all going to die,
Ha! It's the Red Queen. Always love hearing from the Red Queen. Okay, so far so good.
Delta 2000, we got some heavy weather in front of us here. If we could just get a deviation, that'd be great.
I'm already deviating. $135 to land. Never got an altimeter. The wind wasn't an issue. Tim Dog says the problem here is the visibility. So CYQT to CYWG. So Thunder Bay. I don't know if I spelled it right.
Flight level 180, going down to 11,000.
And if you'd like to fly, you are welcome to join us.
Contact New York Center,
I may.
132.17.
Come over here. Don't know what I'm going to fly next. We'll figure that out.
So the 2000.
Yeah, we heard that too, GT boy.
2000 feet, Delta 2000.
So the 2000, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Up to flight level 360, Delta 2000.
And now what were you looking for the weather?
Oh, we're just going to ask if we could climb a little bit more. But
heavy weather says braking is a problem.
Boston, good evening, American 3956 with the pass descending through 116,000 down for 11,000.
Within 3956, Boston Center, expect to be ILS runway 28 approach.
I have an airplane ahead of me. Holy cats.
American 3956, Syracuse.
Okay, there's an airplane ahead of me. It's 3 miles ahead. Crap.
The 233, are you here?
All right, get ready to fly.
Boston Center, good day, Air Canada 1397, flow 340.
Mist is straight out and out to clammy.
Air Canada 1397, Boston Center, hello. United 1959, Martha's Vineyard wind missing. Runway 24, clear to land number 2, Boston Company.
The A300, we haven't been in the A300 in quite a while. I could do that.
November 3, Papa Whiskey.
Do we want to do cargo, or do we want to try and find one of the old passenger jets for that? I have airport lights.
November 3, Papa Whiskey, descend at pilot's discretion, maintain 7,000.
Pilot's discretion down at 7,000, 3 Papa Whiskey.
You're in 26, you're leaving my airspace, Moncton is closed, frequency change approved.
Boston Center, Delta 233, flight level 350, currently on Romeo, Kilo Alpha.
Say again.
Delta 233.
I don't see the airplane's lights. There was an airplane ahead of me, but I don't see the lights.
Sync rate. 200. Sync rate.
Delta 233 Boston Center, hello. Delta 233 cross Cypher at flight level 190.
Cross Cypher at flight level 190, Delta 233.
Grand World 353, contact New York approach on, let's see, 125.7.
125.7, Delta 233.
For Transworld 353.
I can't stop.
Transworld 353, contact New York approach 125.7.
My brakes don't work. Crap! The brakes don't work. What the heck? Nothing. I didn't have reversers or anything. Why can't I come to this airport?
15 descend via the J12 arrival, runway 4 left to Boston, altimeter 2950.
Descend by J12 for runway 4 left, altimeter 295, check closing 15.
My reversers didn't work or anything.
Southwest 560.
It's just been a bad, bad weekend for this airplane. I mean, it's just been terrible. So, okay, maybe here's what's wrong. Let's check something. Maintenance. No, not maintenance. Options. Next page. Calibrate the throttle. No, it's dual axis reversers. Yeah, Quint got me again. Well, we're going to have to do this Thursday for our second flight. Oh, no, it's not that. I can't push myself out of this. Captain Whip is here. Hi, Captain Whip. We've been having a bad day today. Amity stands for fun. All right. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to have to put this on the flight schedule. So this will be our second flight on Thursday. So I'm going to get this freaking flight right. Hi, Captain Whip. Thursday, that's our second flight. We've also got a flight scheduled for Toronto to North Bay on Thursday. So we got 2 CRJs coming up on Thursday. But there we go. Yeah, Captain Whip, I've had a bad day trying to fly here into beautiful downtown Amity Island, also known as Martha's Vineyard. And then the landing felt so good. Minus 295. Well, that didn't feel so good. But, oh my gosh, this has been a bad day. Well, we'll hear what happened to JSG Droid on this. Yes, it's as difficult as keeping the beaches open, right? It absolutely is. I will also, just in case there is a problem, I'm going to take this on a flight.
Thank you for flying Ryanair. Last year, over 90% of our flights arrived on time.
Yeah, well, I wasn't on time for this one. Captain Whip, so, okay, since you've been here, I've had to make some changes. I was having live stream trouble. And so I totally deleted the flight simulator, Flight Sim 2024, deleted it, and reinstalled it. And I've had trouble with this airplane for a while, and so maybe that's part of it. I don't have something set up correctly. You were flying into Courchevel, and the plane wasn't happy with you either. Yellow cards, Charles Yerkes, pain on Sim Caesar's face, and I don't know what the last one is, but I'm in big trouble with Sunjammer. Yes, where's the shark tooth that I need? Oh, boy. Yes. I've got shitty hands, Mr. Hooper. Yes, we've been trying to fly into Martha's Vineyard for the 50th anniversary My approach speed was a touch high, but it wasn't that bad, Boma. It was a little high, but it wasn't that bad. But we'll try it again Thursday, and I'm going to try this flight off live stream, just me, and let's see if I've got a problem with the airplane. I'll report back on that on Thursday. But Captain Whip TV is here. Captain Whip, thank you for the resub. Captain Whip is so cool, a real world Airbus pilot that's taught us some really, really cool flying techniques on the Airbus. Glad to see you. So your Phoenix things aren't working? That's right. Hooper drives the vote, Chief. You get to chum the whatever that is. Really nasty stuff. And then, of course, we'll need a bigger boat. So Chief got one of the best lines in the movie, I think. Eat Moshe did a resub. Thank you for being here for 27 months, even despite the fact that I had a terrible landing. JSG Droid had a successful landing. A minus 263. How about that? Wow, so that is possible. Our next flight today is CYQT to CYWG. We're going to go to Winnipeg, and we're going to take an A300 on this one. So we've got that coming up. If you'd like to join us, we'll be on VATSIM, and of course you are absolutely welcome and hope you will. I also think I know there was one. I just figured out another problem with the airplane. I had the Airbus hat on. You cannot fly a CRJ with an Airbus hat. That was it right there. That you cannot do that. That will get you into trouble every single time. Aloha, Captain Chris. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Let's see. I think I've got a Thunder Bay and a Winnipeg, so we ought to load those in. So Thunder Bay is CYQT. No, I guess I don't have a. That's over in X-Plane, I think. CYWG. I do have a CYWG. I really don't have a CYQT for this. We don't have Thunder Bay? Nope. Okay. Well, how about... I know, the wrong hat will do it every time. FS add-on compare. Let's see if there's a CYQT. But Smokey Dave, CYQT. There is a Thunder Bay Airport from MSFS Scenery Builders. And there's another one from MFSG at Sim Market. $15, $13 at Sim Market for this one. Well, let's look at it and see if it looks any good. I've noticed Sim Market's a little bit slow lately. Captain Chris, thanks for coming in. Welcome aboard. Okay, CYQT. So we got a nice terminal there. So it looks okay, I guess. Yeah, that's probably worth it. Why don't we snag this one? This one might be nice. Oh, is this 2020 only? FSX, that says FSX Scenery. That might not be it. FS 2024. Sold by, available for. Will it work on 2024? Hi, Retro. FSX Scenery. Compatible with MSFS only. Placed in the community folder. It's not that super duper expensive. Why don't we give it a try anyway? Might be nice to see. So CYQT, let me do the Super Squirrel secret logon stuff. And pick that up. My MSFS sceneries are never good. Really? It's never good, huh? All right, let's come over here. Get out of that, get out of that, get out of that, and continue. Almost done with the secret squirrel stuff. Thunder Bay. And I need to receive a text message here. And that's going to be... and submit it, and that should be good. And that looks good over there. Thunder Bay to Winnipeg. There should be full ATC on this, so that'll be nice. And confirm the order. And that should be done. Now, after that, we need to come over to the Sim Market app. Larson found one for 2024. Well, it's a little late. We'll try this one and see. So here's this. That looks really nice. And boy, I've got like 71 things to update here. Okay, download. Here comes the download. I don't think it's going to be too long. You know what happened is I was concentrating on the CRJ so much, I turned off the band. Let's at least have the band going here. Clouds are thickening up. Looks like a little moisture tonight at Spy HQ. Not as much snow as some other people have. Okay, let's see if this will load up for us. Unstable. I think that was it. Oh, okay. Welcome to CYQT. Make sure there's not some funky number to plug in here. So let's go to there. There's the PC, and let's put it in Flight Sim Community folder. That should be easy enough. And make sure to put it in Flight Sim 2024 and not 2020. I noticed that it put that one in there. That should be good. And next. And install. Come on back in, check it out. But I think you're right. It was the Airbus app. All right, that looks really good. That looks great. I think it's time to go. Uh-oh. They just updated the application for Sim Market. All right. Let's do CYQT. And we were going to do the A300. We've got several A300s. We could do a cargo, which I've been actually avoiding a little bit after the accident. Saved airplane. I think I might also have a passenger jet. So let's see. A306. I have DHL, Lufthansa, Ooh, we've got the old Continental. How about well, there's an American. We could probably fly FedEx. Let's do that one today. In today's episode, Dave blames everything but the captain. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We're going to blame everything but the captain. We could do a cargo run. FDX 441 CYQT CYWG. You want to do the Continental? It's COA for Continental. You want to do that instead? I think it's the old meatball livery on this one. Okay, this is going to be an A306. Lion Drummer started using... I like Linker. It does make things kind of nice. Okay, that looks good. Let's check runways. CYQT is departing off of runway 25. Winnipeg is landing on runway 18. 25 and 18. It's set that there. Let's get ourselves just a little bit of extra fuel here. How about 15 minutes of extra fuel? Just in case, because, just in case. Generate flight. But yeah, I like Linker. The biggest problem that I have with Linker is I forget to do that, like obviously what happened earlier today when I forgot to load in Bergen and Copenhagen. All right, let's go get a PDF and save that to the desktop. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM, which should scare the controllers away and say, uh-oh, spies. We don't want them. Flight level 340. And filed. We're good to go there. Let's come over to CYQT Airport. There's the airport. Okay, so let's see. Here's the apron over here. My guess is it's not very big. I think the passenger gates are here. And then maybe they'll put cargo over at this end, maybe. So we'll go and grab one of those gates. And that should work out just fine. Let's see. Parking brakes on. Engines off. Gear down. We're all set for this. Your mom worked for Continental Airlines at Frankfurt until they banded together with United. Flew hundreds of times with them. Captain Chris, really? So you remember the old meatball livery too, right? All right, let's go and clear up our flight notes because we'll be on VATSIM. So it's an A306. We don't need that taxi. We don't need that. And we don't need that. And I'll try the tweak the frame rate to 50 and dynamic setting to 45, and we'll see what that does someday. Okay, all set for that. Okay. I'm updating the title, and let's get that updated. And here comes a title. She started in 1997. Oh, so they were already in the United livery by that time? All right, I have a flight plan. So we'll put the flight plan in for you in case you want to see if my numbers are good. And pop that in. Man, that landing felt so good at Martha's Vineyard. If only I was wearing the right hat. Oh well. Could be worse. How? Well, it kind of was raining a little bit. Okay, what else can we do? We have charts within the EFB on the airplane, so that should be fine. We have a printed flight plan, so we're good to go there. We have beverages in the cockpit. It's 100 miles to Chicago. We're wearing sunglasses. It's dark. We have half a tank of gas and half a pack of cigarettes. And I didn't even do that in the right order. Dan Aykroyd. Could be worse. You could have worn the Boeing hat. Yeah, that would have been a problem too, Cats or Love. Well, we get to use the Airbus hat for this flight, so that'll be good too. Hey, let's see if WinWing is sent us the pay up email. No, didn't send us the pay up email. Rats. And we have to wait here for the Sim Update 3 freeze. JSG Droid, I am flying Continental Airlines in the A300. There'll be a big old red meatball on the liver, on the tail. And Continental's slogan, advertising slogan a long time ago was the proud bird with a golden tail. Yeah, well, you know what? I think they've got some pretty good... I think that they've got some good lawyers for the BBC, too. No, it's the A300 passenger liner. There's two. There's an A300 cargo liner and a passenger liner. I'm taking the A300. The A310's a little bit older, not as good. Hey, AvGeek, welcome aboard. And let's go get our A300 passenger liner. Man, I would have liked my CRJ to have worked better. Airbus A300-600. There's the freighter. Passenger transport. Nope, that's the 310. Maybe it's the same indicate. Let's see. Configure. Passenger line's a part of this, right? You pre-ordered the EU suite. See how long it takes? Yep, I've got the thrust. I've got the throttles coming. I've got the landing gear lever coming. And I do want to go on later today and order a desk clamp for the throttles and stuff. Nope, not this one. It's GE engines for the passenger liner. There it is, Continental livery. Continental meatball. There we go. Save and go back. Save and go back. We'll have to set views on this. CYQT. Okay, here we all are at the gate area. Let's see if anybody made it there, because we don't want to spawn on anybody, because that's rude. But yeah, as of yesterday, according to Google, it's been 45 days since the throttle and flap lever thing. We all pre-ordered that. So that's their first 45 days. We'll see if there's any other opportunities. Okay, nobody's there, so I'm going to go for gate 3. Says it's a small gate. Well, we're going to be a very big airplane. Okay, here we go. Now, obviously, it's going to probably take a little long. The website date, if you order now, the date you were shown when the order applies to you, is if you order today. And Low-Viz spotted the 45 days when we all ordered the throttles back on September 25th, I think. So, now obviously it's probably just an estimate. We can't hold him to that. I'm certainly not going to, but. And my guess is with all the chaos in international shipping and stuff like that. And that's right, estimated. So yeah, that's like Polyot said, we really can't hold him to that, right? Can't hold him to that. It's an estimate. Okay. We're going to probably have a little bit of a delay for Wasm. Also, it's a busy time of year to try and get goods into ships from China. Black Friday and Christmas. I have a feeling that even with some of the latest headlines, not as much purchasing for the holidays this year, at least not in the United States. Mikey is here. Mikey has Wi-Fi. It's been gone for like 3 or 4 days now. Glad you got the Wi-Fi back up, Mikey. Welcome in. Almost flying time. A306 is what I'm doing, JSG Droid. You don't have to do the A306 if you don't want to. If you really, really want to fly the CRJ, you can. Don't feel any peer pressure here, okay? See the little devil horns growing up here? Vintage airliners. Not really a Cold War vibe, I don't know, but yeah, a little bit. I guess we could do an Airbus hat. Just Jack, well, I'm taking the Airbus, the A306, because Just Jack is either thinking about getting the airplane or is getting the airplane. Really enjoyed firing up Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Odyssey for a while last night. It did come out about that time, didn't it, Mikey? Yeah, we're all waiting for our payment links. Nope, as products were not even in the EU warehouse when orders started. That's why the quickest way remains to get items using Global, because it ships directly from China. Unless, of course, it's Polyot who's buying them, at which point it does depart from China, but then it goes to Japan, and then to Hawaii, then back to China, then down to Australia, then over to Denver, then back to Tokyo, and then over to France, and then eventually it'll show up in London, because Polyot has the world tour option for shipping. It's because I had a new airplane, and I haven't loaded this in. That's right. Polyot's WinWing throttle has more frequent flyer miles than Polyot has. It really did. I mean, the things, whenever Polyot orders something from WinWing, it gets the global tour. It really does. It's amazing. Okay, into the cockpit. I'm going to have to set my cabin views. Again, sorry. That was with the FedEx International Priority Shipping that you paid extra. Yes, that you paid extra for, and it's still, and it makes no sense at all. That throttle got so many different airplane rides. When what did it really need? 2? I mean, seriously, I would imagine that there's a direct flight. You know, okay, maybe 2, maybe first to Memphis. You know, to FedEx HQ. All right, let's see if this will work. COA 441 A306. Make sure I don't pop into anybody. Okay, all that looks good. And it looks like the spy curse is in place. The spy curse is in place. Look at what happened. The curse is in place. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to continue. I have Retro. I don't know what their plans are. Their plans have been kind of all over the board lately. It is Monday, and let's face it, it's Monday. Most of those people doing ATC, they got real jobs, so they've got to. They can't just sit all day here doing ATC. It's Monday. It's Monday. Let's just do the flight. Okay, all that looks good. Let's see. What do we need to do here? I've updated the title. I got a flight plan. Let's see. OG, Oxstar, OGX Darth Maul. Did I say that right? Hey, is that correct? That's right. I think today somebody posted that today is the 200th birthday of the United States Marine Corps. And absolutely, happy birthday. I think we're ready to go. All right, let's go, and we need to do some views here. OG Darth Maul, thank you for coming in today and reminding us of that. Welcome, welcome. Let's come over here and do an upper panel. We need to come down here and get a couple of McDo views here. And I generally make it big enough so that I can see the speed brake handle. That's a good thing to have. Okay, that looks good. We need an autopilot panel, and this needs to be kind of a clickable panel. That's probably good for the autopilot panel. We're going to need a radio panel for this airplane. Hey, Paul. It is cold in the UK. Did it finally stop being quite so soggy there, Paul? That's usually pretty good for that panel. There's a radio panel. We'll go into the cabin later during the flight since there's no ATC, and we'll set up cabin views then. And then I like to have just a big overview. Lion Drummer, I'm glad you're doing because I still don't fully understand how to do minimums into the airplane. Sounds good. I'll try and go slow. It is actually a pretty cool airplane. Getting this thing lined up is kind of easy. Hi, Espresso Kate. Good to see you. I hope you're feeling better. How's the recovery going? Espresso Kate, yeah, there was a bunch of ATC, but everybody had to go. Everybody had to go. So, oh well, good to see you. I hope you are doing well. Espresso Kate had to have some surgery, but is now recovering, and all is right with the world, and there's probably plenty of espresso at Kate's place too. All right, let's go over here and remove the covers. That looks really good. Now, do we have stairways for this airplane? Chocks, covers, there's a jetway, GPU, catering, and luggage. I don't think that we have any stairways for this airplane. So what we'll do is we'll just open the 2L door, and that's gonna, and we'll just have to pretend that we've got some stairs there. And that looks good too. Okay, so doors are open and GPU, chocks are in place. All that's great. Come over to the flight page. You're missing your dulcet Canadian tones. I know. You're going to be recovered though, ready for that soon, right? You'll be ready soon for some ATC. Thunder Bay to Winnipeg. Because I don't know who wants to fly along with me, North Gaming, and if somebody wants to fly along with me right now, if I were over on one of those that we might not be able to fly together, and plus those are payware kinds of things, and VATSIM and IG, whatever, is free, and I don't want somebody to have to pay to fly, because not everybody can afford those memberships. So soon, Espresso Kate will be back in the control tower, and things will not be out of control. All right, it's time to turn the power on. Battery. 1. Batteries are on. Ground power goes on. Galleys go on. Nav and logo light system 1. No smoking to auto. Emergency exit lights armed. And the airplane comes to life. Okay, you're right. I put words in Espresso Kate's mouth. She never promised that things would be under control, just that she would be back. It's windy and gusty in Winnipeg today. Really? Gotta get the coffee machines going here. All right, let's come on down here. Start off on the menu page. Go to ACARS. I think I'm gonna need to move this up a little bit and zoom in a bit. I need to be able to see that a little better. That's right, we're gonna keep things out of control as long as we can. Sim brief, and there's our flight plan. Continental 441. Okay, now we got to come up here to the upper panel. And I've saved the upper panel view 3 times. You're gonna save for me there, panel? Let's see, Guava Lagoon. This is actually a pretty cool old plane. It's a little bit on the cranky side, but there's a reason for that. I think that Any Builds made the airplane on purpose to be cranky, and it is. So that's the neat thing about this plane. All right, oxygen is a little different on this one. We have to make sure our oxygen supply's on. Oxygen supply on. There we go. And we turn on the windshield heaters. So this one is actually a fun one for sure. It really is a cool plane to fly. Okay, align the IRS. Make sure you do that first. And then you can clear that. Cool. Now, since there's passengers involved, I have no idea how... Oh, it shouldn't take long. It's probably instant on this plane. So weight and balance. Update from SimBrief. There's our weights. And then just apply the load. And technically the airplane's loaded. We're done. Okay, Thunder Bay. We need a airport ground chart. Our departure is going to be outbound, no SID. So let's see, do we have one? Nope, there isn't one there. So we have an airport ground chart. And there's no SID. Well, there's the Thunder Bay departure. Let's just grab that one and snag that and put that one in. We might need that. So, off the runway, it's vectors. It's just going to be vectors. So, airport ground chart. SimBrief says departing off of runway 25. So, runway 25, there we go. And out we go. Ooh, I wonder if we need to do a back taxi. It's a big old airliner. Might need that. We may need to have to do a back taxi. So after runway 25, heading is 254 degrees. And it's basically straight out on the Thunder Bay 1 departure. Coming into Winnipeg, we got the NORAC 5 arrival. So star, it's the NORAC 5. Let's see. We have a meeting tomorrow evening to confirm that we're on track to launch next product soon. I'm missing out on chat. I shouldn't just read stuff. That's probably something that I don't know about. So after NORAC, we're going to do runway 18. There is an RNAV Zulu. It's all RNAVs for runway 18. Oh, I do know, but I can't talk about it. I'm going to be quiet. I'm not going to blow your cover. I'm not going to blow your cover. I am not that bad of a spy. Hey, Mood Moo. Welcome aboard, Mood Moo. Airport ground. Okay, so runway 18. Let's take a look at some runway analysis and just see here. All right, airports, CYWG, Winnipeg, CYWG, there we go, Winnipeg, Canada. Open the airport, and let's look at runways. So let's see, the best runway is runway 13, runway 13, and runway 18. 31 and 36 suck. 24 knot tailwind. Yeah, it's not going to work. Runway 18 is our best choice. So RNAV it is. Runway 18 is going to be our best choice. That's going to be an RNAV Zulu. And that's going to be from Eblin. And we want aprons 1 through 7. Okay, all of this should be good. So on after the NORAC 5 arrival, NORAC 5 is going to put us out. Is going to put us out at Oluki. After Oluki, then we're going to make a right turn over to Eblin and RNAV our way to runway 18. Because, as Espresso Kate said, it's really windy here and we probably ought to do that. Okay, let's come on down here and do page 2. So, block fuel should be 12.2 kilos. It's 12.2 tons of fuel is our block fuel. Our zero fuel weight should be around 113.8. Let's see if it is. 113.9. There's zero fuel weight. Our center of gravity is 28.36. Cool. Taxi fuel here at Thunder Bay is going to be 0.748. Route reserve for 15 is 1.25. alternate is 1.68. And final reserve for 30 minutes should be 2.2. Actually, it's 2.05. Let's leave it at 2.2. Can't get enough fuel. Okay, weight and balance is done. Let's do our departure. So we are departing here on runway 25. We're doing the Thunder Bay 1 departure and insert. There we go. So vectors to India, November, Lima. And coming into Winnipeg, we're expecting the Arnav Zulu for runway 18. Arnav Zulu, runway 18. The NORAC 5 arrival via Govit. And then there's 2 transitions, Eblem and Iklos. We generally, how about Eblem? Let's do that one. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. We're ready to go. Matt Cat, you're still trying to figure the airplane out. It's a cool airplane. It takes a little work. It's not like the A319, 20, and 21. It's older. It's crankier and stuff like that. And it's got a yoke. I mean, this is Airbus's first airplane. So, you know, it's got a little bit of Airbus. It's got a little bit of Boeing. It's got a little bit of McDonnell Douglas. Or as I like to say, it's a little bit country, it's a little bit rock and roll, with a little bit of Baroque classical in there just for you. We're going to turn on pitch trim and yaw dampers. You can't turn on pitch trim and yaw dampers until everything is aligned. You have to have everything aligned first. A unique autopilot, it doesn't work like the A319. And we're going to turn on the APU. So I just did a fuel pump and all of that's good. Basically, if you built an aircraft in the deep south, this kind of is the way it would end up a little bit. Yep. Okay, APU is coming on up. Looks good. No ATC, so let's just squawk 2000 for now. So tuning and 2000. Click it twice and then you can come and look at traffic above you for your departure and increase the range to 12 miles. Back to tuning. We are in Canada, and in Canada we do CTAF. And we are at CYQT Airport, and we have a CTAF frequency. I'll put in chat. And let's see, AMG, what was for dinner tonight, AMG? Let's also do for Winnipeg, CYWG 118.3. I'll put that into chat for you too. There we go. And that's grand. Okay, cool. You watched Tinker Tailor a few days ago. So that was the movie version. So Espresso Kate, if you're looking for something else to watch, there is the BBC did a 5 or 6 part like mini-series on Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy with Alec Guinness. And I really enjoyed it. You could probably watch it free on YouTube. It's so old. And there was actually 2 of them. So there was Tinker Tailor, the one you saw the movie of. And so there's Tinker Tailor, and then there is a second part to all that. Basically, these were the what was called the Carla trilogy. of 3 novels that John le Carré wrote, starting with Tinker Tailor. Then there was a middle one that happened in China. So nobody ever made the middle one because that would be too much money. But then they did the last one, and the last one was called Smiley's People, S-M-I-L-E-Y, Smiley's People. And that's going to be another 6-part series that you can see free on YouTube. That's right, it was paid for by Polyot's taxes, so when you watch it, every time you start a new part, you hold up your beer mug, and you say, thanks, Polyot. It's great. Yeah, that's true. I think that I like the movie. The movie was good. I think that the mini-series is a little bit better. It shows a little bit more of the actual story involved. And it also shows that, you know, spy work is not James Bond. It's different. So, and this airplane's blowers are really noisy, so I'm going to turn it down a bit. Gary Oldman did very good with the part. He did. And he was also, Gary Oldman was also a little bit intimidated by the fact that Alec Guinness played Smiley first and did an incredibly good job, I thought. But Gary Oldman did very good. I liked Bill, the guy who played Bill Hayden in the miniseries better. I just felt that the actor in the movie is too good of a guy to play Bill Hayden, to have played Bill Hayden. Sakin, yeah, DoorDash is scary, isn't it? So, but yeah, I could go on and on about it. Let's get the airplane up in the air, and you can get me started again on Tinker Tailor if you want. It's one of my absolute favorite spy stories. It really is. I enjoy that a lot. I'm just going to look here and check my calibrations. I'm going to restart these just in case. So max reverse is good. Idle reverse. Idle. Toga. Just to make sure. No, you're not distracting me at all. Don't even worry about that. It's the spy flight. We love talking about spy stuff. Okay, all of this looks really good. I think it's time to go. Let's go ahead and go to ground gear, and we're going to close that door now because we're all loaded up. Door's closing. APU is available. Okay, important safety tip on this airplane, these old. Make sure that your next electrical source, the light is out. Otherwise, if you go to turn off ground power, this airplane gets dark really, really fast, and you lose all of your data. And that's not good at all. Okay, so now we're on the APU. I'm going to just do my fuel pumps now. There's a bunch of them. Fuel pumps are all good. I'm going to do passenger signs. Seatbelts are on. I'm going to remove the GPU. We've disconnected that. I'm going to make sure my brakes are on. Brakes are on. I'm going to remove my chocks. And I'm going to come here and I'm going to arm my doors for departure. Doors are armed for departure. And we're going to clear. Happy Monday, Wolfie. Takeoff page. We're departing runway 25. Let's do runway 25. Sync. AMG's got some cheers. Hi, AMG. Thank you for some cheers. And the altimeter here is 1021. Apparently, none of my settings here saved. 1021 on the altimeter. There we go. That looks good. Flaps 15 and 15. Air conditioning, anti-ice. Looks like we don't need much of the runway for this. So maybe we don't have to back taxi. Our flexed for takeoff is going to be 53 degrees. So auto, flex, and 53 degrees. Yeah, you're right, Wolfie. It doesn't feel good to say happy Monday, but happy Monday. Welcome on in. Speeds 138, 141, 146. 138, 141, and 146 up here. You can also set a secondary speed that I like to do. So press the top, and I'm going to set a secondary speed of 210. That's just so I have time to get everything done on takeoff. Did we have a climb clearance here? On the Thunder Bay departure. Oh, it's not going to be on this page. I need to go SID points. Thunder Bay 1. Initial climb clearance is 4,000 feet. So 4,000 feet. There we go. Back over here. On the departure, heading is going to be... It looks like it's basically just straight out runway heading. So runway heading. Is 254 degrees. $254. There we go. All that set. Enjoy happiness as often as you can. You should. You really should. Life changes on you way too fast. And when you live in crazy times like we do right now, it's very easy to forget that. Hey, Manifee. Come on along. You're always welcome. Let's start squawking. Let's turn on the radios. Radios, I believe, are on. Let's get pushback helper to push us back. Lion Drummer, I will have my flaps up by then. That's just for me to catch up with the airplane. It's for me to catch up to the airplane for that second speed. It's because I'm all alone in the cockpit, that's why. Tim Dog likes Mondays because you work from home. And there's somebody taxiing out. Oh, we got two airplanes taxiing out. But Lion Drummer, yeah, I just wanted a little more speed. I will get my flaps going. I just have to get it all going here. Holy moly. Oh, I think I forgot. I know what I forgot. I forgot to refresh. I did get it going, didn't I? I did. It's being really bratty right now. There it goes. Polyot, are you feeling okay? I mean, I had that off for a long time. The angry Volanta voice is not happy. Okay, we got two airplanes here. But yeah, I think you're right. That really should have been a V2. But there's just too much going on here in the spy cockpit. Polyot is... Oh, you're power washing. Okay, got it. Oh, this airplane's got some funky barriers to walking around. Michael, you missed the airplanes? You missed these? power washing. Trying to come up with a power washing joke. In a way that I can keep it clean. Are you going to learn the A310 tomorrow, Manifi? They're a fun airplane. Just remember, they're old and cranky jets. They're old and cranky. Pauliot is cleaning a temple. Oh, you're not like doing laundry or something like that. You're doing a game. I get it. I get it. I thought that you were being very, doing, chores around the house or something like that. Up, time to clean stuff up here. I think that the A310 is more like the A300. Comparing the A310 to the A320 is not accurate. It's like this airplane, but smaller and goes further. That's right. Old and cranky. It's like us when we haven't had our coffee, right? Mike on the radio says the C310 is better than the A310. No idea. I don't think I've ever been in that one. Now we'll go and set up another view. There's an airplane behind me. I'm supposed to stop being cranky when I've had it. Apparently that's the rule. Once you've gotten your coffee, you're supposed to start being nice and amiable. And agreeable to with everybody. Agreeable. Now, I personally think that to do that, we should probably have, like Bailey's in the coffee or something like that. And there's another view. And that should be good. Okay, I think we can push and start. Let's come on up here and do the beacon. Cabin call. Beacon is on. Probe heater's going on. Parking brake is going off. Kate says no clearances are given until there's morning coffee or evening wine. And, you should just not plan on whining about that at all. See that one? Whine about the wine. Hey, I've got some today. And stop. I hate this game. After an hour, I got the temple clean only for a trapdoor to open and show a basement that needs cleaning. Sounds about right to me. All right, all that's clear. Let's start some engines. All right, so starter goes to A. Starting engine number 1. And the engine starts. Come over here. And we're going to look at the N2. N2's coming up 20%. Yeah, the tug does that. Mano, welcome aboard. Have you tried flight gear? I don't think I've done that. I had another flight stick as my first one. And starting engine number 1. Chick Wing, welcome aboard. Chicken Wing, welcome, welcome. This is a very old classic jetliner. 118.1 and 122.8. Good start on engine number 1. Starting engine number 2. Starting 2. And engine number 2 starts. As that's starting on up, look down at your oil gauges. Make sure that the oil gauges don't start going down suddenly. That's the indication of a bad oil leak. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Fuel. And there goes our other jet engine. Man, every time I get to a view, it jumps around. So annoying. I don't know but panning around the airplane is always like that. The view that you're going to want, it's not going to show you. Two good starts on our engines. So starter back to normal. APU bleed off. APU bleed is off. Come on over here. Make sure that the engine generator lights are out and APU can go off. With the APU off, we're doing flaps 15 and 15. Flaps 15 and 15. Auto brakes are over here. Auto brakes max. Speed brakes are armed. And we're ready to go. Thunder Bay traffic. A Continental A300 just pushed back from gate 3. We're going to taxi to runway 25 and depart. Thunder Bay. Shall we go? Okay. Taxi light on. Cabin call. Config check. Uh-oh. Engine oil temperature is low. That's okay. We'll pick that up. Here we go. There is a flex detent.
Thunder Bay, Continental Airbus A300 is clear runway 25, departing final call.
Some airplanes you do steer with your rudder pedals. Some airplanes you do have a tiller. I have both. The tiller is very nice, but it's cranky. It's a little cranky there. Thunder Bay traffic, Continental 441 is lining up and waiting for 30 seconds on runway 25. Thunder Bay. Strobes on. Landing lights extend. And out we go. This does not do thrust idle taxi. This airplane definitely needs a little bit of thrust to make it roll around. Well, Lion Drummer, see, the thing is these are really, really complex airplanes. They just are, Lion Drummer. And it takes a lot, there's a lot of knowledge that it takes to make these things work. It really does. There we go, all set and ready. I'm going to do profile and heading select for my departure. Everything else should be set. Landing lights on. AvGeek, we've been hearing some good things lately about it. I haven't done anything with it yet, but eventually I probably will look back on it, maybe sometime next year. I don't know. Shall we go? All right, throttle's going up about halfway. Clock is on. Auto thrust is engaged. I think you hit profile first to get your thrust setting correct. I think you do that to get the takeoff thrust setting. 100 knots. V1, hands off the throttle, we're flying. And rotate. Positive climb. Gear. Flaps up. Autopilot. On heading select. Let's make a left turn. Speed up to 250. Look at the snow out there. Really pretty cool. Thunder Bay traffic. Continental 441 is clear of the airport, clear of the runway, and proceeding on course, heading about 280. Happy landings, Thunder Bay. That clears us from the runway, and let's go get on course. Out we go. Was the music synced up? Wow, it happened once. And we're going to go to flight level 340. Level change. Yeah, apparently the weather's not that great where we're going today. There's our climb. An important safety tip with this particular airplane is you definitely need to... Whoops, wrong one. You'll definitely need to take the landing gear lever. And this is like a Boeing, an old Boeing. You have to drop it, click it once, and put it into neutral. Otherwise, afterwards, you're not going to be able to... You're not going to be able to engage the auto brakes after that. Windy and overcast in Edmonton. Okay, direct to INL. Direct to INL. And nav, and then profile again. And there is our vintage Continental. And out we go, passing 9,000 feet. And profile should take care of our speed from here. It is a nice looking airplane. Windy in Winnipeg. Did I say the wrong one? Uh-oh. This is technically my Friday. And so towards the end of today, my brain power does start to really get a little bit, not because of brew in the cockpit, just these are complex airplanes. We're working hard in these planes. And it's really kind of hard to, because an awful lot of what goes on here is like on autopilot with me. So it is a look. This was a good livery. I actually liked this look for Continental better. Certainly liked it better than the Globe. I definitely liked this one for the Globe. Better than the Globe. And that was, this was that logo for Continental was supposed to be a whoosh of a jet engine. So it was, the jet engine whoosh was Continental's logo for the longest time. And that was to indicate, hey, our airline flies jets. But as John just said in chat, they called it the meatball. So this was the meatball. And this was a nice, good look. And this was back in the days, too, when it was, Continental was the proud bird with the golden tail, was their cell line. It is a typical Monday. 12,000 feet, looking good. Over to progress. We are going to CYWG. CYWG. And put that in there. And we are 291 miles from Winnipeg. Gotcha. So we're on our way to Winnipeg. Somebody call the local Tim Hortons and say send Tim bits. 122.8. 122.8. And Winnipeg CTAF is 118.3. Put that in there, and we're good. Then after we take off, it gets a little quieter. There is an en route map. It's kind of jumpy. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The classics are really cool, AFGeek, and this is one of the cool ones too. This is actually one of the airplanes that I will do FedEx cargo routes in. And in fact, it's really kind of cool here at Spy HQ. When I wake up in the morning, if I get up early enough, I see a couple of these landing at our airport, cargo planes, FedExes. And I think every now and then, UPS flies a 767. They've had a 767 out here. I mean, big. I was, every now and then I'll drive past the airport just so that I can, look at a real airplane. And I saw one brand new, shiny looking UPS taxiing by. Wow, that's really big. That's not, what is that? And I ended up going and looking it up on, Flight Radar 24 when I got home. And it's, holy moly, that was a 767 that they're flying into, dinky town here. So I thought it was great. AMG, the Martha's Vineyard flight isn't great. We suggest taking the ILS and check your reversers too. Standard altimeter, 18,000 feet. Landing lights should have gone off earlier. Nose light and cabin call. The flight attendants get up. Now, if we had an ILS, once you programming your approach on the ILS, You have to dial the ILS in manually here into the ILS. You have to do it every time. That's how old the plane is. Martel's going to call it a night. Good night to you, Martel. Thanks for being here over the weekend. We'll catch you next time. Have a groovy day. We'll see you next time. Until then, have a nice night. Thursday, where, yes, I'm going to try Martha's Vineyard a third time. Third time's a charm, right? Good night, Martel. Matt Cat, cabin call here is I just flip the cabin signs off and on. So I'll turn up the sound a bit. Turn it on and off and on. That's how I do a cabin call on this airplane. Let's see. AMG wants to try and fly a bigger plane. And Espresso Kate says there is a FedEx between YQT and YYG every day, but it is the Cessna Caravan. Really? So that basically, and I'm guessing you've probably got the bigger planes coming into Winnipeg, but they fly a Cessna Caravan down to Thunder Bay. We've got a bunch of Cape Air, like turboprops, whatevers. Cape Air does that here. So we'll get, you know, two, sometimes three big cargo jets coming in. Most all of them are A300s. Although there was that UPS 767. So those will come into Billings, which I'm calling, you know, this is sort of like a secondary cargo hub. It's not a big passenger airport, but it's a secondary cargo hub. And so all these big jets come in and pull out, and there's a part of the airport here where they've just got lots of cargo containers just all lined up. And then what happens is they have these small turboprop Cape Air airplanes, and they take off to all the small little towns around Montana. And so we've got a flight actually, you know, inbound and outbound all the way over to Missoula and back. So I'm guessing that's kind of the way UPS and FedEx do this. And that's how all that works. And so you know, if I catch it, you know, early enough in the morning, I see the big jets landing, and then at night around 7ish or so, I see a gazillion, you know, little airplanes coming in, and that's that Cape Air, those Cape Air planes coming in with all of the FedEx and UPS from the smaller towns to get put on the big plane to go back to Memphis and Louisville. AMG gets FedEx and UPS 757s daily in Fort Wayne. 25,000 feet. Seatbelts can go off. Seatbelts are off. Strobes, beacon on, nav and logo lights are on, everything else is on. And the real pilots, as we're taking off, checking pressurization, make sure we don't give the passengers a headache. They would be cranky when landing and might request the services of an attorney or something. So we check the pressurization. Amber goes, so we need premium first class meals here. Yep. I'm going to do, like I said, I'm probably going to do, I've got a small little, I know it's box, I'm sorry. I'm cheap right now. But it's a small little box of Merlot, you know, one of the little baby sizes. I've got a pan pizza tonight. I've got fresh guacamole. And I might try and start a new, since I have no idea where I am in the old game, I might try and start a new game of Odyssey. Just because I was so impressed with walking around last night. And that will be the evening at Spy HQ. The airplane is good enough. You can do multiple flights in this airplane. It'll clean up really nicely. So, you know, the flight management computer clears out. I think it should be nice and cozy. It's starting to get chilly out here. Lion Drummer, it's mostly perfect. There's a couple things that aren't, but I don't think anybody's got leading a perfect life ever. But nobody ever gets that. But it's about as good as it gets. It's as good as it can be here. And we can keep an eye on our email boxes, and hopefully we get to, you know, pay for our throttles, and they'll ship soon. But I think it's probably time to stop holding one's breath. Total air temperature, this will show up that says you're in the icing range. But it doesn't say that icing is happening. So you got to be in clouds and in moisture. Got to be in clouds and in moisture for that. And anti-ice is up in the upper panel, just like the other airplanes. That's right, Wolfie. They'll be here sometime soon. They did carry a lot of folks. I don't think the toilet's flush in this airplane. So, you know, if you're looking for that kind of immersion, you're going to have to go and look someplace else. Traffic is underneath the altimeter here. There's traffic, and this is also your climb and descend. And so I've got it set to look ahead and above, and it's on a 12-mile range here. When we get to final cruise, we'll set it to normal. When we descend, we'll set it to ahead and below. And that works out there pretty good. I noticed a little bit of snow on the ground outside of Toronto when we flew into Toronto last night, simulated Toronto. So it looks like snow is sticking to the ground in some parts of Canada. Larson, yeah, the PMDG, those are going to be coming soon too, right? Hey, they have announced, so Robert Randazzo's announced that they've done several rounds of betas to their beta testers. So you know, it's getting there. It's getting there. We'll get the 737NG soon. I know that one of the big things that they're working on is they really want to get their 747 lines going. So they're going to do all sorts of 747s. So I know that that's one of them that they're working on. Oh, speed brakes disarmed. Flaps are up. Auto brakes off. Landing gear neutral. Speed brakes disarmed. Captain Chris is going to call it a night. Good night, Captain Chris. See you on the next one. That's going to be Thursday at 1800 Zulu. Now's as good a time as any to look at VATSIM events. See what's going on up ahead on Thursday. No idea about the Bluebird. That's just one of those things that keeps going and going and going, and no real word, I think, on the E-Jets too. Yeah, they're going to put a ton of works there. Ton of work. Yeah, I'm missing my Star Wars livery. What do we got here? So around 1800 Zulu, there's Belunden Aalborg, Helsinki. There is a tower exam at ENBR. There is EBCI, low-cost ops there. That's something we haven't done. Let's see. There is Transversal Thursday, the Pink Horizon edition between France and LSGG. That's at 1900 Zulu. There's also Hamburg. What's EBCI? That's not something we've done. EBCI, low-cost ops. We invite you to participate in our event. Shorten your turnaround time and reduce your operating costs by flying to Brussels alternate airport a bit more south. Paying too much in landing fees at the main airport? Tired of jet bridges? Or maybe you want to set the record for the shortest turnaround time ever? Then participate in this event in the best opportunity. Come and fly Brussels South Airport, EBCI, the low-cost alternative for overcrowded Brussels Airport. 1800, so what I think they're saying we should do is if we were to do this, we would fly in to EBCI and then turn the airplane and fly out. So that could be a Ryanair thing. They do have a scenery link. Let's see what they have for scenery. Okay, EBCI Airport. EBCI, that says P3D. EBCI. Here's a freeware for EBCI for Microsoft Flight Simulator. EBCI, Charleroi, Brussels. I don't know. Looks like they put some work into this one. This looks really nice. How about if I put that into chat? So there's EBCI. It says not... Okay, what do we got? There's an older version, and then there's the current. Usually what I'll do is go and grab this and put that over in so maybe this will be fun. So let's see who goes into EBCI. So the next step is to come over here and go to the real world and EBCI, Brussels South Airport. Okay, arrivals. They have arrivals from, looks like a lot of Ryanair. Palermo, Turin, Biarritz, Warsaw, San Pablo, Krakow, Malaga, Barcelona. These are longer flights. There's a Manchester flight. So EGSS, EGGW, or EGKK. Okay, so Polyat says, let's look EGSS. No, EGSS. Stansted. Don't tell Sibby. Stansted, Luton, or Gatwick. Let's see. Between Stansted and Luton, is there one that you hate least? Is there one that you hate least for that? EBCI. That is a 180-mile flight. So Stansted is closer. All right. So EGSS Stansted. So that's going to be a B38M. So we'll do this now so that we can practice. You could practice if you want. And that's going to be Stansted. S-T-A-N-S-T-E-A-D. Stansted. EGSS. And I think we all have a nice Stansted scenery. EBCI, there's a freeware that I put a link into. So CHARLEROI. Chalari, Brussels. I probably butchered that badly. EBCI. And then, since the whole point of this is to do the spin around, we could just go back to Stansted. Okay, so that's going to be EGSS. So our first flight, and the turnaround, if you're going to try the Ryanair turnaround, that's 25 minutes. CP Tehran. Did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. So I'll plug that in. And that might be fun. Now, one thing I've never... and Polyak can tell us what this is. B38M. What is the standard of the Ryanair 25-minute turnaround? Is the turnaround start at when your wheels touch the ground, or when you stop at the gate? When do you start it's 30 minutes for the max. Okay, so it's 30 minutes for the 737 max. And when do we start the stopwatch to see if we can beat the 30-minute turnaround? Okay, go to flight plan over here. Top of descent's coming up over here. Top of descent is in 80 miles. So it's not 25 minutes. If you're flying the 737 MAX, you get 30 minutes to spin the plane. And that means unload it, fuel it, do your flight plan, load it, close the doors, and go. My guess is maybe it's block to block time. So blocks go on your, chocks on the wheels, start the timer. Chocks go away from the wheels, stop the timer. I get, maybe. The 30-minute technically starts from the advertised arrival time, which is the advertised on-stand time. The reason Ryanair flight times are longer than most airlines on the same route is they will say a 1-hour flight takes 1:15, arrive early. Hey, you know what? The way the world's going today, any advantage you can give yourself, that's just great. Okay, so the advertised arrival time is when you start the clock. So for us, since we're not going to have an exact schedule from Ryanair for an 1800 Zulu departure, we'll just make it chocks to chocks. And maybe that would be good. Chocks to chocks. And that's when you can go and do your turnaround. There's no way that the planes are being cleaned and disinfected sufficiently in the time to turn around. But remember, that factors in briefings, checklists, and walkarounds. Well, that's also when there's 2 people to work the airplane. I'm just one spy. I'm just one little spy here. So we might have to fudge on like the walkaround and the briefing. Besides, some people wear boxers, some people wear a thong. Some people are commando. How can we do an effective briefing that way? I'll be brief about that. So I say you have to deduct 10 minutes. So we deduct 10 minutes because we're not doing the briefing. Oh no. We'll never make it work now. Okay, on the descent at Norak. On the arrival, 5,500 at Bevex and 210 knots. For runway 18, it's below 14,000 at Norak. That's no fair. Okay, so 550 feet is going to be our descent clearance here. So 6,000. Click the top. Uh-oh. $550. Let's click the bottom is supposed to arm it. Okay, that's P descent, but when you click the top, that was supposed to put it into hundreds of feet. Just Jack, are you going to call it a night? Thanks for coming in and saying hi. Hope your week's off to a good start. Can't wait to see you in a little bit. Catch you next time. I'll have to get the flight sim to crew and make you do the full procedure for the turnaround test. Oh, God. Oh. Do I get to have Brew in the cockpit? I mean, it's going to be painful. I'll fail miserably, so I at least might as well have a good time doing it, right? Okay, 40 miles to top of descent. We've already armed our descent, and you can tell it's armed. And this airplane, unlike the A319, 20, and 21, will descend. If you have it all set up, P descent, profile descent is in blue, so it's armed and it's ready to go. The flight sim to crew and do the full procedures for the turnaround. Yeah, because I really am a bit of a slacker with a lot of this. Definitely, I'll cut a lot of corners as we do these kinds of things. If it's, you can see it's really green. As it starts to get dark, you can turn these down. And as it starts to get dark, I'll turn them all the way down and then up maybe 1 or 2 clicks, or 3 in this case. Because the numbers start to blaze at you a bit. 1, 2, 3. The same thing, you can come down here and do these. These are the middle displays. So turn them all the way down and click up 1, 2, 3. All the way down 1, 2, 3. And then if you look up there, you can see now you can read the numbers a little better. You'll also want to do that with the primary flight display. And I'll usually turn it down about 3 or 4. And the same deal with the map. And that just makes those a little easier to see. You could also do that with the radio panels. So dim it, 1, 2, 3, 4. And now that makes it a lot easier to read. And even though we're not using it, 1, 2, 3, 4. And turn those down. So that makes it easier to see the numbers. Remember, these are old CRTs, not nice new LEDs. It has so the flight sim to crew has the SOP is based on the Ryanair SOP. So you're getting the full, this is what the 25-minute turnaround is like. No kidding. Well, as long as I get to pad my my flight time by 15 minutes. Larson already flies with the A320 and 737 FS to crew, and I think Russ uses FS to crew too. And we should have come down here and clicked the ATC button and moved to normal. Yeah, big old CRT. So now it's just looking straight ahead there. Yeah, old CRTs. Oh, you haven't been using it for a while? It's the PMDG SOP3 edition that is modified on Ryanair. The Max is not, but it's still doable. It's still doable in 30 minutes, really. It's still doable. Cool. Let's see. For the arrival, I don't see any ATC. So at Winnipeg, go to weather. I'll put the latest METAR in chat for you. There is your latest METAR. So winds are 170 at 25, gusting to 37. At this time in Winnipeg, there is a small dog warning and a toupee warning for those that have small dogs. Cats aren't involved. They can have claws. They can grip the ground. Overcast at 24,000 feet. The temperature is -2. The altimeter 2973. The chilly weather has started already there. Amber goes, so we're going into Winnipeg. Yep. Small dog warnings and toupee warnings in Winnipeg. Bringing the map a few more clicks as the top of descent hockey stick shows up. And so right now about 10-11 miles, the airplane will descend itself. Pull the camera view back a little bit and just kind of look down here. As we're coming on in, one of the things that you'll see is the throttles pull themselves back. Cats or love, I will not get you involved in that. The day that Polyot needs a toupee is the day we have permission to smother you with a pillow. Okay. I've been very, very lucky. At my gray hair age, it's still a full head of hair. And some have noticed that, for the past few years, I've been growing it out here and tying it back. Eventually, I hope to grow it long enough to donate it to the, cut it off, and donate it to a nonprofit that makes hair pieces for children who are dealing with cancer. And now, obviously, they're not going to want gray hair. So what they do is take mine and sell it to a company that makes it for adults, and then they get a cash donation. So all I have to do is, tie it back and then someday cut it off and put it in the mail, and you can help out an organization that helps little kids that are having to deal with cancer. And so that's kind of what I'm doing with that. There's a laugh there. Larson says that FS to crew has Pushback Express. Do you get, can you get sushi at that Pushback Express? And egg rolls? Oh, sorry, that's Panda Express. Buckeye says to stretch. We should stretch as we get ready to land, and we've started our descent. So here we go. Descending, descending, descending. Hi, Joe. Welcome aboard. Any advice on learning to fly Boeing planes? You've got the Airbus down. You want to... The PMDG 777s are a really good airplane. The PMDG is a good airplane. The thing about Boeings is it's not an Airbus. So if you're good with Airbus, this is a different way of flying an airplane. I think one of the best ways to learn, Joe, is to follow along with the cold and dark videos that some people make. I've got a few of them over on YouTube. 737NG Driver has a few of them on YouTube. And the idea is, what you do is you follow along. And so if they say they're going to fly, from Frankfurt to Munich, you set up your airplane in Frankfurt and you play the video on a screen and you fly along with that person. And while you're doing it, you take notes. So in my case, I've done a few of these flights. Like these are my notes for the FA-18 Hornet in DCS World. That's how I take notes, and that's how I learned to fly the airplanes. And so, you know, find a YouTube video that you can fly along with, and when, you know, they punch a button, you punch a button, and then write down the note. And then you could stop and start a YouTube video and all that, and that's really the best way, at least the way that I go about learning a new airplane. Let's see, Philly Badass, welcome back. If you cut your taxi time, deboard the turnaround, it's 1.5 hours. That's right, get out and push. Tom and GT, thank you for saying that. Yeah, this originally started, you know, back in COVID. You know, let's not go get a haircut. I gave myself haircuts during COVID at a time, and I wasn't bad at it. I just got sick of it, and then 3 years ago, I just stopped. Right about now, I just stopped, and just started. I'll grow it out, and then I learned about the nonprofit is called Locks of Love. And that's, again, they give that away for to kids, but that's just a nice thing to do. Cancer has all but wiped out my family. I'm healthy, no problems with me at all, but it's taken up almost my whole family, and there wasn't a thing I could do about it. So this is what I might be able to do to make somebody else's life a little better. That's right. PMDG does have a training flight, and that's another good thing. If you don't want to fly with somebody on YouTube or something, look at the PMDG training flight that comes with the airplane. So I think it's supposed to be, I think their website said if you can let it go 1.5 to 2 feet is what's best for them. So it's obviously going to be a while. I don't know. You know, making it up as I go, sling for sling. This plane is not hard. This airplane is cranky. You have to realize that this is not an A321. Thanks, Kate. Hey, you know what? It's just real life that touches us all. Real life touches us all. So I've been insanely lucky on that front. Seatbelt's going on, but thanks, Kate. And it's always great that you're here too. I don't know, I haven't measured it or anything, so I'm just tying it back. I'll get around to doing that. I'm coming up on 3 years now, so we'll see. Apparently all you've got to do is before it's time to donate, you wash it, dry it. The next day, chop, 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 put it in a box. You have to tie it together at the top and at the bottom. They said that. Put it in you could even put it in a FedEx envelope and ship it out to them. And then after a while, they will come back you'll get a little letter, and it said, hey, we were able to turn this into a hairpiece for a couple of little kids that have cancer, or we sold it for this amount, and that basically means that you made a cash donation to our organization. And I think it's nice. Hey, AMG, welcome. You've been here. AMG, thanks for some bits. Welcome, welcome. Okay, 23,000 feet. Again, the altimeter is 2973. It has become a little bit of an identity. I had a friend that went a little crazy with politics lately, so not in contact much anymore, but really liked, the new look. I might start liking this too. Right now, it's just a pain in the eyes and stuff, but you dyed your hair over the tub during COVID? Oh no, did that stain the tub? I hear hair dye will really do that to you. I hear hair dye will stain tubs and all sorts of stuff. Okay, there's 21,000 feet. I think I see, look at that. There's JSG Droid. I think there's JSG Droid's airplane. Thalo says wait until it's warmer. Snow Wolf Gaming, yeah, you can do multiple segments in this airplane. This is a good one for multiple segments, Snow Wolf. I kind of feel like I might be able to do it a second time. At my age, I should probably be able to, you know, let it grow for another 2 years, cut it off, and then do another 4 to 5 year grow out. And so I might be able to do 2 donations over the time. But yeah, Snow Wolf, this airplane is really great for multiple segments. It is, and that's one of the things I like, because it's getting cold outside, and it gets kind of chilly in my room at night. I don't leave the heat on a lot at night. I've got really nice blankets and stuff, so why churn out the heat? But yeah, it's a nice blanket over your, you know, your neck and your ears and stuff. It does keep you warmer. Okay, heading select. Always keep the heading select up there. Hey Tango, welcome back. Good to see you. It's 5:30 p.m. for you. We're just getting ready to come into Winnipeg. I think the band gave out. $18,000 feet. Altimeter 2973. Altimeter checked and set. Heavy weather is landing. AP keeps the nose all right. It was the union break for the band. Okay, nice descent here, still coming on in. After Uluku, the heading is 005 and then vectors to the runway. Tango says, look it, is that Grand Theft Auto? I don't know what the RP is. I would really like to get good at some of the RPGs. Like I've tried several times to start and be successful at Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and I always end up getting cornered by 2 or 3 assassins and can't get out. So like I said, I haven't started that game since May or March of 2024, but I did start it last night because I couldn't sleep, and I decided instead of tossing and turning, let's just go in. And I just used one of the things you can do in that game is called just walk around mode, and you can go and walk around Athens, ancient Athens, and it'll even let you walk around in a tour and let you there's things you can read about and learn about ancient Athens. So I really enjoyed that, and then, you know, fell asleep, which was great. So I may play with that just a little bit tonight or tomorrow. I've also I had to do a real update in the flight simulator, you know, the live stream stuff. And so I'm going to write up a thing about what I did and put that over on the little Substack. I'm trying to start doing some things about, you know, broadcasting and modern content creation and how you can learn from both, and lessons I've learned, and I'm trying to put that over. It's just 757 SPY. There's no paywall on it. But I'm really trying to do that. So I've got to write that. I've got to jot down some notes for polyot and eat pizza and enjoy an adult beverage. It is looking pretty nice. And I'm going to guess that these are the lights of Winnipeg up ahead. I did see your message earlier. That's what I need to reply. Nothing bad. I just an additional thought or two ahead of Wednesday. And Wolfie, I think eating pizza is the most important part on the list. It is. Just a little bit. That's why I like the little pan pizzas. It's not too much. It's not too little. It's not too much. It's perfect for one person, and you don't have like 3-day-old pizza in your refrigerator to microwave. Coming up on 10,000 feet. Seatbelts are on. The airplane should slow us down to 250 knots. And it already has. Look at that. Good airplane. There it is, slowing us down. Let's go to CTAF. 118.3 is Winnipeg CTAF. I've got an airplane. Oh, check this out. It's 2,000 feet below me. This is a 12-mile range, 8 miles ahead. I think we need to slow it down a little more. I'm going to take control of my speed now and go to 210. We don't want to crowd the airplanes ahead of us. If you forget your flap speeds on this airplane, they're in a very convenient place. So come on in here. There's your flaps indicator. Here's the flaps indicator. So slats, 15 degrees, flaps, and there's your speed. So at 250 knots, flaps can be 15 and 0. At 215, it's flaps 15 and 15, and 15 and 20 at 205. And that's the way to remember those. So we can do slats out now. So slats going out now. There we go. I'm going to do auto brakes medium. Speed brakes are armed. And that airplane has kind of disappeared from my scope. Maybe it was a UFO. Oh, AMG. I live in the eastern part of Montana. This is just where my company moved me before blowing up everybody's life. So I'm gonna try, once a year I try and get serious about trying to find a new place to live that might be a little bit more to my liking. It's not a bad place, but I just don't, except for the people I used to work with, I don't know anybody here. And they were all, that was a big ghosting thing, so probably find a little bit, another place to go.
All right, Winnipeg traffic, FedEx 134 Heavy is now crossing 12,000 feet. 30 nautical miles southeast of the airport for RNAV Zulu 18.
Russ, we've had snow falling. We've had rain mixed with snow. Clearly we had snowflakes, but the ground isn't frozen here yet, so it's not going to stick to the ground. And it didn't even stick to cars and windshields. That's probably it'll start sticking about mid-December. Generally is when that happens.
Winnipeg traffic is the Continental 1959 Airbus A300. We're turning downwind for runway 18. We are in the airport. And we'll advise when we are taking our base.
Too many alligators, AMG. And they got these frogs that are like venomous.
Galileo 53 X-ray vacated runway 18 Winnipeg traffic.
AZ has already had sticky snow. Well, yeah. And there's also some sticky snow along with that lake effect yesterday around the Chicago area and south and east of that too. So that's happened as well. Last night, Russ says your first 30-degree night in the DFW area. So definitely chilly it's starting to get cool in Texas. That's okay. Just drive over to a Rudy's and don't use the sissy sauce. You'll be all nice and warm, Russ, right? If you've been to Texas and you know about that, you know what that's all about. Oh yeah, that's right, Lion Drummer. In places like Texas and Louisiana and stuff like that, one of the things that you do have to do is you do have to run your faucets at night, otherwise your water pipes freeze. Ooh, speaking of pizza, Loviz is here. Check out the pizza tonight. There's Loviz Pizza. Oh my gosh, that looks awesome, Loviz. Nice dinner. AMG caught an alligator while fishing. Wow, does that look good. Hey Corey, welcome back. Corey says it's going to be 33 degrees tonight in Florida. And Espresso Kate is probably saying, hey, you want to talk cold. You want to talk cold. Okay, 210, let's go flaps 15 and 15. Landed. Heavy weather says it's really, really windy. Loviz, what a great looking pizza picture. That looked great. I'm sure you're still having a great old time. Thank you for sharing. It's nice. It's almost like we get to go on vacation. So, let's see. Apex Value is back in chat. Charlotte to Boston. Happy landings. Okay, let's come on over here and do takeoff and approach. The MDA here.
Winnipeg traffic at Airbus A300 Continental. We have turned base and we are now getting ready to turn flat.
1,100. 1,100. Is our MDA. I usually do 15 and 20 flap landings. Flaps 15 and 20. And tell GPWS about it. There we go. Sheedy's doing Boston Center tonight. That would be a nice flight. Yep, Paul, welcome to the spy flight. Back and being hungry again, right? Okay, let's see. Landing lights. On. Taxi. On. Cabin call. Good. Over here, we need to go down to 3,500 to send and maintain. Oh, we're at 550. Perfect. I'm going to go, well, let's just leave it there. That's fine. Okay, there's the airplane that we're following. Winnipeg traffic, Continental 441 is on the downwind for runway 18. Looks like we are number 2 for the runway, about to turn base and final. Winnipeg. Or, as Espresso Kate told us, Winterpeg. So what I'll do is when I'm following an airplane like that, I'll wait until they're off my left wing tip. Once they're off my left wing tip, center the heading bug, and I'm going to go heading select. So the decision height is down here.
Winnipeg traffic, FedEx.
See where it says take off and approach, Lion Drummer?
Right downwind for
take off and approach, Winnipeg. Right here. See where it says MDA? That's where I went in and I put that number right there. And that's where you put it in. This, I don't use these. This one up here, this DA. That's where I put in my minimums. Left turn to 270 degrees. Ford Pinto gets to go on a discovery flight this week. Way to go, Ford Pinto. I hope you have a really good time. 270 180. There we go, 180. Descend and maintain. Flaps 15 and 20. I got the airport, I got the runway. You can see the airplane that we're following right there. So slowing it down, landing gear going down, that'll help with some drag. Ford Pinto, I hope that you'll be able to take a picture. Ford Pinto, and after your flight, see if the pilot, the flight instructor that takes you on your discovery flight will take a picture of you with your airplane. That might be a picture that you'd really like to hold on to. Let's do a turn. Direct to Uldal, and then go back to nav, and that'll help you with the arrival. That'll just help you. You're going to be busy with this airplane, so go ahead and do that. You'll also have descent deviation here and let you know when to start your descent. Okay, after our RNAV arrival here at Winnipeg on runway 18. Terminal is over here, so probably try and get exit at Kila and then come in here at Whiskey. And then we all go to Espresso Kate's place for whiskey and pizza. Off to dinner. Good night, Lion Drummer. Thanks for coming. Have a great time. But yeah, Ford Pinto, I hope you have a wonderful time on your discovery flight. Be sure and take a few pictures. And it might be the beginning of a really cool thing for you. Okay, after that, it's 2,100 is our next altitude. 2,100 and turn. Dad, game time. It is a cool airplane. I don't think I want to fly it every day, and I certainly don't want to take this into, I don't think I want to take this into Frankfurt Friday, but it is fun.
Winnipeg traffic, FedEx 134 Heavy is turning left base for 18 left.
Okay, VIAP 141 calling at 145. Winnipeg traffic. Continental 441 is 8-mile finals for runway 18 landing, Winnipeg. Everything's good up here. Let's see. Polyot has to fill out answers to questions. For years and years, I have dodged them, but it caught up with me, and I have to do a full campaign for social media. Oh, no. First, I'm doing a Q&A for a blog, my role as a senior partner and department. Then you have to do a series of 10 short videos for social media. And then to finish it, you will be put on a stage. No kidding. Man, your social media department's really harsh. So Polyot, hire me. I'll do your social media. What we'll do is basically we'll go out to a pub, take a few pictures, put it on Facebook, and call it a day. Now that's a pain in the butt, but there's value in that. That's for sure. Diversion to Vancouver. Oh no, we'd much rather come here. You've got to send them photos too. Oh my gosh.
Continental, Winnipeg traffic, Continental 1959. We have exited runway at Foxtrot, taxiing to the gate. Foxtrot and Whiskey, Winnipeg.
Okay, once again, VAP is 141. We'll call it 145. Almost done. We're all set for landing. Gear down 3 green. Auto brake, speed brakes are good. Autopilot. JBS is doing the Starship. This airplane does not self-trim. Final plunge.
Winnipeg traffic, FedEx 134 Heavy is going to have 18 established. Be about an 8-mile final. 418 Winnipeg.
Okay, we got to get out of this guy's way. So we're going to put it on the ground and go. Well, good luck with all that, Polyot. I remember having to do things like that at the TV stations a lot. There is value in it. It does help. So, and not that I can help with any of that, but let me know. I'm using the descent deviation indicator on the map display below to keep myself on, you know, the descent. Wind is slightly from the left, so that's why I'm a little bit left here. Touch high.
Winnipeg traffic, FedEx 134 Heavy is going to be a 7-mile final, 18 Winnipeg.
Winnipeg traffic, Continental 441, now clear of runway 18, taxi to parking, happy landings, Winnipeg. I got off on the runway there. So they had a second runway over here, but I assume it's not active, so...
Winnipeg traffic, FedEx 134 Heavy is going to be 5-mile final, 18 Winnipeg.
So I exited runway 13, and then we'll come in on Victor up over here into the terminal. Oh, did I miss it? I think I must have missed it. Okay, we'll just grab this one at the end.
Traffic, FedEx 134 Heavy, short final. Short final, 18 Winnipeg.
I guess I missed Victor. Up, and there goes the tiller. Phthalo has found a sufficiently tasty looking pizza. And then as usual, the airplane just kind of coasts to a stop. It's big and heavy. It's made out of metal. There's a FedEx over there. So we've got people departing. Okay, so we're off there and hotel into the gates. It was definitely windy coming in today. I don't see an awful lot of snow on the ground here. There's the terminal over there. We need to park closest to Tim Hortons, I guess. And APU starts. AZ, the Spy Flight, come for the flying, stay for the food chat. And we have great food chat here. Oh, that's because our friends at Airline Ops cleared it up. Got it. And there's our terminal down there. There's that other FedEx that just landed right over there. They just touched down. The tiller gets worse and worse. Got an Air Canada. I think the airplanes that are all parked out here are just static airplanes, but the ones at the terminal aren't. And it's a really cool terminal at this that we have over here for this airport. They did a nice job on this scenery. Straight ahead, terminals on the right. Thanks, JSG Droid. I think that turboprop over there is not. No jet. What? No jetways? Oh, that's JSG Droid over there. No jetways. I hear it's cold here. I'm gonna guess that they have jetways for people. Shadowasi, welcome in. Thank you. It was an okay. I didn't check the landing rate yet. It felt a little heavy, but I've been doing heavy landings lately. Don't know. It's just been, you know, had some really easy going ones, but now they've just been really heavy lately. Oh, you didn't know until you made the turn? And there's a nice jetway. Why don't we grab this one? Nose light off. We don't want to blind the ground crew. Let's see. Heavy Weather says that turboprop, the Air Canada, was a static airplane. I really think that developers should always give you the option to have static airplanes or not. Just because for VATSIM events, some of them you just don't want to have any. You just don't want to have any gates that are full of a static airplane if it's going to be a big event. There we go. Tail is clear of that. So parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. The APU is up. Make sure that the APU light is out. Otherwise, your airplane is going to go dark really, really fast. And it becomes very embarrassing. So engine number 1, engine number 2, and go over here and start squawking standby. There is standby over there. And up here, we'll leave one fuel pump on. As you turn off your engines, one of the things that you'll notice is the pitch trim and yaw dampers will pop off automatically. Probe heaters can go off too. Beacon and seat belts. And we'll turn on the APU bleed to keep the heat on, because I imagine it's going to get cold in the cabin pretty quick. And we're done with the flights, so navigation systems go off. Navigation systems go off. Come down in here, and the blowers on the ground are just so loud. So let's disarm the doors, attach chocks, get a ground power unit, get a jetway, and we made it. Nobody was hurt. When 2020 first released, static airplanes were baked into the model for the airports, and there was no way to remove them until eventually. Then Asobo pushed a fix to allow them to be split. Yeah, you could. That's actually something that I have noticed, that you can really kind of tell that they just don't fly on VATSIM. The way they step, which kind of blows me away. You know, that they just don't fly on VATSIM, which is really, really weird to me. But no idea why. Just strange. Originally in 2020, it wasn't even possible. That is, yeah, it really is kind of crazy. We did it. What nice flights today. This has been an incredible week of flights. It has just been fun, and we're already set up with a flight on Thursday. So our first flight on Thursday is going to be one of those airplanes. It's going to be a 2-hop flight. We're going to be departing from Stansted, and we're going to the other airport at Brussels. We're going to attempt to spin the airplane in 30 minutes, since we all have the max, and then go back to Stansted. And then somebody is going to try with desperation in his heart to land his airplane at Martha's Vineyard without making the evening news. And then there was also a flight request from Toronto to North Bay that we have too. So we'll give that a shot as well. But that would be really, that's the plan for us then. Huge big thank you to the secret agents and special agents and 00s over on Patreon. Thank you for the great support and the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep my lights on. There were also some incredibly generous gift subs this week. Longshanks and JSG Droid and Captain Chris are the top 3 gifters so far this month, and it's the 10th. So thank you for the really great support and helping me to keep all the lights on here. I could not do this without you, and I'm so grateful that I can, because I really like doing this. Love Twitch, love YouTube, and getting to have such a good time flying with friends like this. So this is a good time. Let's see here. Flying, who do I see that I recognize here? Iron Condor is doing Say Intentions. DeLorean is doing Baldur's Gate. Let's go and see Iron Condor Sim. It's been a while since we've seen Iron Condor simulations. So how about if we go ahead and do that? Wolfie, we will see you on Thursday. Good night to you. Thank you for coming in. AMG, thank you for the last minute cheers. I really am grateful. Thank you for being here. I had so much fun with these airplanes. Kate, glad that your recovery from the surgery continues to go smoothly, and I'm super happy about that. Keep getting well soon. If you're a little under the weather, I hope you keep getting well soon. Unstable Rice Cake, thank you for being here. Thalo, always thanks for coming by. And I can't wait to see you on Thursday. I have so much fun. Thank you for being here. Our departure time's normal time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, as always, stay healthy, stay safe, We'll see you in the Friendly Sim Skies on Thursday. And, of course, as Polyat said, over on Discord. Dr. Quigley's, thank you for being here. Have a wonderful night. Good night to you. Good night. Oh, I have to press another button. I'm back on the old system here. So 3, 2, 1, and I have to press the button again. So I get to say goodnight again. Thank you for being here. Have a wonderful time. Pizza time. Cheers.